Got that.
Yep, there we go. Good evening and welcome. My name is Paul Alpert and I am the chair of the planning board. This open meeting of the Needham Planning Board is being conducted remotely, consistent with current state law, and is being recorded. Public access to this meeting does not ensure that there will be public participation unless required by law. This meeting will not have public comment except in connection with any hearing that is on the agenda. Tonight, we have one hearing on the agenda, and that is for 100 and 120 Highland Avenue, commonly referred to as the Panera Bread Shopping Mall. First, we'll confirm that a quorum of the members of the planning board are present. When I call your name, please respond that you are present. Then I will introduce the planning director and other town staff. Adam Block,
Aye, here.
Marty Jacobs,
Present.
Jean McKnight.
Present.
The chair, Paul Alpert, is present. Natasha Estrada is not here yet, but we have a quorum. The planning department and other town staff, our planning director, Lee Newman,
Present.
and our assistant town planner, Alex Klee,
Here.
and our IT expert from the Conservation Commission, Clay Hutchinson.
Here.
Very good, thank you. I will introduce other panelists who are here when we get to the matters that they are here for. For those participating in the meeting, please also be aware that others may be able to see you and hear you. Anything you share or state will be a matter of public record. All supporting materials for this meeting, including the agenda, are available on the town's website, www.neddhama, that's two M's, HAMMA.gov, unless otherwise noted. Some ground rules. The ground rules for this meeting are designed to allow for an accurate public record. Each of the speakers on our agenda will be introduced. After speakers conclude their remarks, each board member will be asked by name for any comment, questions, or motions. All votes will be by roll call. Each participant, please remember to state your name for the record before speaking. Each person from the public who is recognized to speak, please remember to state your name and address for the record before speaking. And I see that Natasha Espada has joined us. So
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Natasha is here, so we now have a full house. We have 3 males and 2 females. I guess that's a full house. So it is not 7:30 yet, so we cannot call our hearing. So matters that don't have a specific time, like the public hearing, may be taken out of order. So I'm going to ask Lee, what do you think of the first 3 items on the agenda? What do you think we can dispose of in 7 minutes? You're on mute, Lee.
The A&R plan, I think, should be quick.
Okay, then let's take the A&R plan. We have an application to approve an A&R plan. Let me get to that. Let's just ask for who is here on that. I believe Matt, are you here on the A&R?
Yes. Yeah, I'm here.
Matt Hughes, I'm going to recognize you. Matt Hughes, who is the applicant for
Correct.
this A&R plan. If you would like to tell us what you're proposing, what you have for us,
Let me see if I can share the screen like Alex asked.
that would be great.
Let me see. Can you guys see that?
Not yet. There we go. Yep.
Okay, so the plan's up there?
Yes, it is. Looks
Okay,
good.
yeah, so effectively 107 Thornton is a single family existing dwelling that we're planning on demolishing. There's enough space between the two properties, well, than more than enough space to create two buildable lots. One at 15,000, a little over 15,000, the other almost 17,000. By taking down that existing structure and moving out of the way, we're allowed to reset the lines, of course, and create two buildable lots.
Where, okay, I see the old lot line. So it's really one large lot on the right of the screen and a very small lot on the left of the screen that you're combining and you're gonna draw a line.
Well, it was a little, not exactly, but there was, the 107 was a good sized lot, and then there was a smaller lot. I believe there's a dotted line kind of
Right?
just to the left of the existing driveway to be removed. If you see old lot line.
Yes, that's what I'm looking at.
Okay, yep, yeah, that was it. Yep. And then there's a small parcel of 10 feet. Parcel A is being effectively gifted to the neighbor because they were part of the family who sold the property. That was the deal. They wanted a little bit of a buffer to the two new homes.
Okay, so parcel A is presently connected to what is to become lot 1. And that will be deeded to number 121 Thornton Road.
Correct.
Okay,
And then you'll have a house on each of you'll build a house on each of the two lots.
Correct. Lot 1, lot 2.
What size house are you building?
Roughly around 5,000 square feet.
Is that including the basement or attic? Third floor?
Yes. Yeah, it's going to be substantially, both will be substantially under the FAR requirement. It's not going to be maxed out by any means.
Okay.
Lee, did you have any comments about this?
No, the plan was reviewed by staff and by engineering, and we're fine with it. Both the lots have the required frontage on a way, which is really what your jurisdiction is under an approval not required plan.
Right. We've got plenty of square footage. We've got the frontage.
That's right.
That was Adam Block who raised those questions before. Are there any other questions from members of the planning board? Jean, do you have any questions? Are you muted?
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
No, I have no questions.
Natasha, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
And
Thank
Marty?
You-
I don't have any question. I do want to just note for the record that the plan does bear this comment that this endorsement is not a determination of conformity to zoning bylaw requirements. So it's always something we like to call out, Matt, to make sure that everybody understands this doesn't bless anything zoning wise. You understand that?
Yeah, I mean, in order to get two new houses, I have to individually apply for permits for both. And those obviously have to follow all current zoning bylaws and such, and we have to go through the same process with any other house.
That's basically it, right?
Yeah,
Thank you.
of course.
Except for lot size and frontage. If it didn't meet lot size and frontage, we wouldn't be able to approve the plan.
Can I,
Yes, Adam Block, sure.
thank you. I apologize, Mr. Chair. Do I see on lot 2 that it says the frontage is 70.45 feet with a required frontage of 80 feet?
If you look to the right of the 70, there's a small area of 9.55. It's just broken up because I think there's a slight bend in the road frontage. So when you
I
add the
see.
two linear,
Yes.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Got it. Right on the skin of the teeth.
yeah.
Where they plan.
You have a good dentist. Very good.
So can I have a motion?
I move to accept the A&R plan as presented for the property located at 107 Thornton Road, Needham.
I understand that to be that we should endorse the plan, approval not required. Is that?
Yes. just-
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Lesson learned.
Yeah, just wording,
It's important.
Marty, did you just second? I didn't quite.
Yes, I did second.
Okay, thank you. Are any further comments before we take the vote? Hearing none, let's take the vote. Adam Block,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
Gene McKnight,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. It's unanimous. Matt, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay, it is now 7:31. So I will call to order. Get my papers out for this. We'll call to order the hearing for an amendment to the special permit filed by Needham Gateway LLC for the property at 100 and 120 Highland Avenue, Needham. Do I have a motion to dispense with the reading of the notice? Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Calling the roll, Adam Block,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs.
Aye.
Gene McKnight,
Aye.
the chair votes aye. It's unanimous to dispense with the reading of the notice. So I turn, I have to get used to running a meeting by Zoom. This is only my second meeting. And I gotta find my paper that has the panelists. So we do have with us tonight, we have Rick Mann as the attorney for the applicant. is
Evening.
here. And
Mike
Moskowitz, are you here for this?
Yes.
Yes, he's the manager of Needham Gateway LLC. And who else is here on this?
That is it for the,
Okay, then, Rick, I always defer to attorneys, so I'm going to turn it over to you.
I thank you. Thank you all. I appreciate having the opportunity to be here this evening, particularly by Zoom. So I'm very grateful. Good evening. My name is Rick Mann, and I'm an attorney representing Needham Gateway LLC, which is the ground tenant of the shopping center at 100-120 Ave under a long-term ground lease with the owner, BMI Realty Trust, who has provided its permission for our application. I'm going to ask Michael, since he's the technical guy, to put the a site plan on the screen, if that's possible.
I'm having a little issue, but I'm going to continue to attempt to do it. So
Let's just give it a second, and if it doesn't go up, I'll proceed without it.
yeah, I think we need to proceed without it. I'm having a-
Most of you, I assume, are familiar with the shopping center generally. As Marty indicated earlier, it's known as affectionately as the Panera Bread Mall. It is in fact a shopping center consisting of two buildings containing an aggregate of 23,448 square feet on a parcel of land containing approximately 82,500 square feet, which has 97 parking spaces, or a ratio of 1 to every 242 square feet of leasable space. The building at 120 Highland Ave houses the Panera Bread restaurant, among other tenants that include Supercuts, an Omaha Steak, and a Geico insurance use. And the 100 Highland Avenue is a single tenanted building that has a roughly 10,628 square feet occupied by FW Web. Approximately 58% of the land in the center is in the Highway Commercial 128 district, and about 42% is in the New England Center district. But the buildings are located entirely within the Highland Commercial 128 district. More than 55% of the space in that center is occupied by tenants whose leases will end in 2022. And specifically, that includes Omaha Steaks, Supercuts, and FW Web. So it is with that as background that we are here before you this evening seeking an amendment to the special permit decision that was issued back in 2006. That decision, as subsequently amended, includes a restriction in section 3.2 limiting the use of the entire building at 100 Highland Ave and 8,020 square feet in the building at 120 Highland Ave, quote, exclusively for general retail purposes and craft, consumer, professional, or commercial service establishments dealing directly with the public. Moreover, even though otherwise allowed as of right or by special permit in the underlying Highland Commercial 128 zoning district, section 3.3 of that decision expressly prohibits the following uses in the shopping center. 1, all sit-down food and beverage restaurants. 2, all fast food pickup and delivery indoor delivery restaurants, excepting Panera Bread. 3, all sports clubs and/or athletic merchandise stores. 4, all convenience markets. 5, all pharmacy stores. 6, all banks. And 7, all video rental stores. It is painfully obvious that there have been many changes in the retail world since 2006. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, banks had already undergone a sea change in their level of in-person business. COVID-19 has only increased and accelerated the existing trend towards at-home or mobile banking. Further, the e-tailing phenomenon has increased competition among retail centers for the fewer brick and mortar users that are still in the marketplace. The prohibitions in the special permit have placed the shopping center at an unfair competitive disadvantage relative to other properties in the Highland Commercial 128 zoning district and relative to other properties in neighboring Newton along Needham Street with whom the shopping center competes for tenants. Things change, and they often change quickly. And if more evidence is needed of that fact, just reflect on the planning board's inclusion in its list of prohibited uses of something called video rental stores. Who could have predicted within a mere 15 years since the issuance of that permit that such a use would be virtually non-existent today? But that is in fact the case. Needham Gateway is not asking for any special treatment. It only wants to be treated like all other commercial property owners in the same zoning district. Now, I know from comments received from many of the residential abutters that there is a concern about the possibility of another restaurant in the center. For the record, Needham Gateway has no intent to add another restaurant as a primary use in the center, so long as Panera Bread remains as a tenant. In fact, Panera Bread's lease prohibits any other food use in the center other than a takeout-only restaurant, which would require a special permit under existing zoning. I'm not sure how that particular rumor got started, but let me disabuse you of that notion. That is not something that we are even considering. And again, couldn't do even if we wanted. However, in order to reassure the center's neighbors, Needham Gateway would gladly agree that so long as Panera Bread is operating in the center, any new restaurant proposed as a primary use in the center would require approval of the planning board, subject to special permit criteria, whether or not it technically would be allowed as a matter of right. As to the balance of the use restrictions set forth in the special permit, the applicant respectfully requests that they be removed and that section 3.3 of that decision be deleted in its entirety and the following language be substituted in its place. And I quote, and we'll provide this language to you later in the text. All uses allowed in the Highland Commercial 128 zoning district as of right under the zoning bylaws of the town of Needham shall be allowed in the shopping center as of right, and all uses allowed by special permit under the zoning bylaws of the town of Needham shall be allowed in the shopping center by special permit. Provided, however, that so long as Panera Bread is operated in the center, any new restaurant proposed as a primary use in the center shall require the approval of the planning board subject to special permit criteria, whether or not such use would otherwise be allowed as a matter of right. I want to thank you for your attention and your consideration of this matter, which we deem very, very important to the ultimate financial survival of this center. And if you have any questions at all, either for myself or Mr. Moskowitz, we'd be pleased to try to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick. At this point, I'm going to ask Lee Newman if she can give us some historical perspective here, and if she's able to tell us why the planning board had the provision of section 3.3 as it currently exists. What were their concerns at the time? To include the
Okay.
language that prohibited certain uses.
Okay, at the time the permit was applied for, I think back in 2006, there were a lot of concerns that were raised about parking and traffic around the redevelopment at this site. The applicant at that time was required for the uses that were proposed, and at the time they came in, they understood that Panera Bread was going to be an occupant, and they were, I think, negotiating with some specialty retail businesses at the time, Joseph A. Banks, Omaha Steaks, et cetera, that they anticipated renting the remainder of the space to. The parking requirement for those uses that they anticipated were 127. They provided 97 on site, and they asked for a parking waiver of 30 parking spaces, and made the argument at the time that Panera Bread, as a matter of practice, really generated less parking demand than the bylaw anticipated, and that their remainder profile for the building was going to be focused around specialty retail, and not necessarily some of the higher parking demand or traffic generation uses that might otherwise go in, such as a takeout facility or a CVS. So the board at the time, when they issued the permit on the property and granted the parking waiver, wanted to limit reuses on the site and not to allow these what they anticipated to be higher traffic generation or parking generation uses to happen there. And that was, I think, the rationale and the reason for the inclusion of this condition in the permit that was issued in 2006.
Okay, I'm going to hold off and ask other members of the planning board first, whether they have any questions or comments. Adam Block, I see you raising your hand.
I have a number of questions. I went to the site today to refresh myself because although I have been to Staples fairly recently, I hadn't actually been to Panera Bread, honestly, in over a year, and I wanted to refresh myself. I remembered that that the dumpster was screened, but I couldn't remember where it was, and I had anticipated, certainly by social media, there was an outcry that another restaurant, I think some in particular, were worried about outdoor music and so on. Outdoor dining and outdoor music would be played and so on. It would be disruptive. And I really wanted to get clarity on what the dynamics of the actual site were. So I have to say that, Mr. Mann, that I'm glad to hear that not just the lease prohibitions with Panera Bread, but even more than that, you're prepared to make a use by right in this particular situation actually required by special permit, and to follow all of the special permit requirements. So I hope that goes a long way to reassure the residents, in your sincerity and truth, that you don't anticipate another restaurant use. If Panera Bread, when is Panera Bread's lease up?
Mike, what is it, 20?
They have multiple options. I can double check it, but I believe they have options. So this is 2021. They must have options to, like,
2050, something like
yeah,
that.
yeah. They have a number of options.
It's a long term.
It's a long term.
Understood.
Yes.
Understood. And do you have any indication that they do not intend to exercise an option?
No, they actually have exercised their next option. I have offered to them to like terminate the lease if they want to move because their rent's below market for a food restaurant, but actually Mike Camera, who is the franchisee of Panera Bread, he has multiple locations, but he's also a partner in real estate. So I think Panera Bread is there for,
Duration.
yes,
And you don't anticipate Supercuts, Frank W. Webb and Omaha Steaks renewing, that's correct?
no, that's correct. FW Webb has purchased the property adjacent to us on Highland Terrace. The tile store, or whatever they've been in the past. Omaha Steaks has no options and Supercuts has no options as well.
Okay. And
And I'm sorry that both Omaha and Supercuts have indicated to me that they're not interested in negotiating a new option on their lease.
understood. And Frank W. Webb's space is 10,000 roughly, is that right?
10,600 roughly. Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. And have you had any inquiries from any brokers on what the uses might be or prospective tenants for those 3 spaces?
We've had some tenants look at it. Banks are one. There are a couple other people sort of looking at it, but I have no, executed letter of intent at this point for that
Understand.
space.
So, banking back then was different than banking today. Banking before required, all kinds of different things, but today banking requires different things than previously.
Right.
So a drive-through ATM, is one example. Have you had discussions about developing a pad site for a standalone ATM?
No, we don't have the space for that. The banks that have expressed some interest are recognize that there's no drive-through and there's no standalone ATM machine.
Yeah. And so it would just be a traditional 10 to 4 to the public, 2,000 square feet type facility, give or take.
Right. If we're a bank, yes, that's correct.
Any convenience store?
No,
And has a pharmacy expressed any interest?
no.
Okay.
Pharmacy wouldn't work there because it just wouldn't work. So
Why, do you mind me asking why you say that?
I think the intensity of the parking.
I see. If they can't service their own customers, what's the point of being able to facilitate them? That makes
Right.
sense. My concern initially was a function, frankly, of the extent to which a restaurant would be coming in and take over the Frank W. Webb space, the concerns relating to the dumpster, sound, all other kinds of concerns, but that's now moot. And other traffic uses are a consideration. It sounds like you're pretty sensitive to that. I don't know, Lee, to what extent additional parking waivers would be required, or if there's a way to I guess we can't, just thinking this through off the top of my head, there's nothing we can do about increasing the parking capacity based on another type of business because it's fixed, it's already done, and it's impossible to add additional parking spaces. And what we have now is built as 97 spaces. Is that correct, by the way?
Yes.
In New York. Yeah, it is 97, yeah.
Okay, so we're locked into that. I guess we just want to ensure that whatever type of business goes in, that neither their customers nor their employees make use of Highland Avenue, or not Highland Avenue, Highland Terrace, as parking, just because it's so close. Do you know what I mean?
If I can just comment, I mean, first of all, I don't see people parking on Highland Terrace because they would have to then walk from, in front of FW Web and walk up the driveway. And in fact, I think as part of one of the amendments there, we have put up no parking signs on the, where my building abuts Highland Terrace.
Yes.
There were originally 3 signs. One, I don't know, has mysteriously been removed, but there are still 2 signs there that say no parking. I believe, I don't know if there are hours on it, but, I just don't see people parking on Highland Terrace to go to the
Right.
center.
Okay. I spoke to a number of residents that happened to be walking along the street from their car at the time that I was there today, and they spoke favorably of the strip center, and were hopeful that new businesses would come in that would contribute to the area, and they didn't see concerns. They didn't express any concerns to me. In fact, even if it was a restaurant, but nevertheless, that's what I have at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Adam, are you all set?
I am now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, before I recognize another planning board member, I want to remind, because we do have some attendees here who are not panelists, I do want to remind any attendee who wishes to speak that they should use the raise hand function on their Zoom screen. If they're here on telephone, I believe that there are instructions in our agenda for how to let us know that you wish to speak if you're on a telephone. We will get to you after all of the planning board members have had a chance to ask their questions. So I can see Jean and Marty, and Jean just raised her hand. Natasha, I believe that you're here on the phone, so I will ask you whether you have any questions or comments.
I'm actually logging on to Zoom right now, so if they would like to speak first, I will join in 2 minutes.
Very good.
Thank you.
Jean, you already raised your hand, and if Marty wants to speak, he's too late. I'm going to recognize you first.
Thank you. Not being in town, I'm out of state at the moment. I ordinarily like to do what Adam did, and that is go and take a look at the site. I remember my husband and I used to shop there when the men's clothing store was there. So I know the site, of course, but one thing I would look at, and I always look at when we have a special permit and the owner or the tenant is coming back for a change, wanting a different use, is, I kind of focus on the landscaping. Everybody knows that. I know that the original permit called for a certain amount of landscaping, although I didn't actually see a plan. Adam, since you were at the site today, did you happen to notice if there is reasonable landscaping in the parking area and around the buildings?
There are a number of islands that had green grass, not big islands and not a lot of grass, but there is. And there's also a number of trees. I'm not an arborist, so I can't tell you exactly what they were, but I can tell you their color. They were green and red. They didn't, it seemed fairly uneventful in terms of landscaping. In the sense that I didn't see that anything was unkept and anything other than colorful and clean.
Right. Thank you, Adam. And I asked that question to give as an example of when there is a special permit, and even if there's not a particular restriction on other uses as there is on this special permit, we typically say that if there's to be any change in use, the owner or tenant has to come back to the planning board for approval of whatever the new tenant, the new use is going to be. And there are many reasons for us doing that. One is to take a look at whether at the maintenance of the property generally, and whether all of the conditions that were in the original special permit have in fact been complied with over the years. But the other is, of course, when there is a parking waiver, as there is here, to make sure that whatever new use would go in would not be more demanding of parking than the uses that were considered at the time of the issuance of the special permit. And then there can be other concerns about different types of uses. I mean, we recently have been dealing with daycare centers and the particular access and parking requirements for such centers. I respected the conversation that's already occurred on restaurants and the limitation that you're proposing on restaurants. But even there, our planning director pointed out that the parking waiver was granted because of Panera's particular operation and comparison of other Panera properties in the region. I don't think it's actually true that this is, but particularly singled out and not treated like other commercial property owners in the district, or somehow treated unfairly. I think, although the express prohibition may be going farther than we usually do, I would certainly not support what's being proposed here of simply eliminating or rewording as proposed that express prohibition. Unless we had, and I would, the usual no change in use without planning board approval. So that's my basic concern here. I'm really not inclined, I realize that there's a delay involved. When you have a perspective, what's allowed in the zoning district. Your prospective tenants, you can tell them, look, this kind of use is allowed use by right. This is allowed use by special permit. We will have to go back to the planning board. They may require a public hearing, or they may approve the change in use, as we frequently do, as a de minimis change without a public hearing. That will probably take, a couple of months. We pride ourselves in acting quickly on these things, but that's the way we operate in Needham. And so that's, all I'll say about it. But I just want to put out that I'm not inclined to go along with this.
Okay. All set, Jean?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. I now see Natasha and Marty. Would either of you?
Sure.
Marty's raising his hand. Sure, Marty Jacobs.
Sure. It occurred to me as I was listening that I really should mention, even though it's ancient history, that when I was practicing law, my partner did represent Mr. Moskowitz. I don't believe I ever did any work for Mr. Moskowitz, but my partner did. I don't think that should require me in any way to recuse myself here. So I'm not going to do that unless one of the other members wants me to rethink that.
I have no problem.
No need.
Okay.
I don't have a problem either.
Okay. So I think my basic position is exactly what Jean just described. That is what we've done in the whole 14 years that I've been involved with the board. And I think in the end, it'll turn out just fine for Mr. Moskowitz, but I think that is the process that we've used. And so I wouldn't see any reason to go a different way. It's that simple.
Okay.
So
Sure.
I have a question for Lee Newman. So has anything changed in the zoning bylaws of that district or that site since that was awarded, since the permit was awarded?
No, nothing's changed along in highway commercial. I mean, there have been some change. I think this property actually sits in two zoning districts. It sits in Highland Commercial 1, and it sits in the Business Center district behind it. But the primary building is sitting in Highway Commercial 1. I mean, there were some dimensional changes that we made to FAR, but there had not been any changes that I recall on the use side since 2006.
So, and those uses that they're asking to change would be by special permit. They wouldn't be as of right. Is that correct?
I took a look at the bylaw and retail stores are as of right if they're below a certain size. I don't have it. I can
10,000
get it in
square
front of
feet.
me.
It's
Excuse me,
10,000. It's 10,000 square feet.
Right. So below 10,000 square feet, it's as of right, and above 10,000 square feet and below 25,000 square feet, it's by special permit. And above 25,000 square feet, I guess it's not allowed.
So Natasha, basically in the prohibitions that are cited here, which is, the restaurant use would be a special permit, fast food would be a special permit, a sports club would be a special permit, convenience markets would be as of right, pharmacies would be as of right, banks would be as of right, video rental stores would be as of right.
We'll waive our argument relative to the video stores.
Okay.
Well, and athletic merchandise stores would be as of right if it were under 10,000 square feet,
That's correct.
and special permit if it were between 10,000 and 25,000 square feet.
Correct.
So if all of the ones that are specifically for the site that would be as of right, if those were special permit, could that occur?
We have, no, because the underlying zoning allows retail as a matter of right in that zoning district. And the way the planning board prohibited these uses was to call them out as prohibitions. So in order to allow that use to come in, you have to remove the prohibition. So if somebody proposed to come in with something you had a prohibition on, you could modify the permit if you were satisfied that that use was not going to create a problem. But you can't take what was a retail use and now require it to be a special permit. The zoning doesn't call that out.
So the concern is that any retail under 10,000 square feet would occur even though it was prohibited for a certain amount of time, but as of right. 50% would be as of right, 50% would still be special permit, plus or minus.
In the items detailed in the section, that's
In
correct.
the items detailed. Okay, so that's the concern, is that because some of the spaces are less than 10,000 square feet, some of them would become as of right and not all of them would be special permit. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand. Okay.
Right, so
May I,
by removing the
may I,
language. Sure, go ahead, Jean.
may I ask Lee a question? Am I correct in saying, Lee, that even if we did not have an express prohibition on, say, CVS, that because this is a special permit for the plaza and there was a parking waiver, that the applicant would have to come back to us anyway?
I don't know why the applicant would have to come back to you on use. The underlying permit allows retail use. It allows consumer sales. It allows professional service. So I
The
don't.
underlying permit we're speaking of right now.
Yes, it allows retail. It allows professional service. It allows consumer service. It allows all those uses to happen. I mean, that's not changing the building or anything. So those uses are allowed to go into that building and be exchanged in and out with these prohibitions.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair? Oh, no, man.
Sure, go ahead, Rick.
I'll wait my turn. Mr. Block had his hand up first.
I'm sorry. Lee, I just want to get clarity because I obviously was not, I wasn't here in 2006 on the board to understand the circumstances. Were those uses that became prohibited uses prohibited because of the impact of traffic?
I think it was traffic and parking. There was concern about traffic and parking.
Well, now, and parking has effectively been taken care of as a concern because it's not physically possible to create new parking.
Parking, there's only so much parking on the property, and there was concern that if a retail use went in, which had a higher parking demand than a specialty retail, which had a less of a parking demand, that the parking would be inadequate. So the parking waiver was granted with the understanding that the uses that were going to go in there, Panera Bread had a unique model, was going to have less parking demand, and the retail itself was going to be retail that doesn't tend to generate a lot of parking demand. And so, because that's what was agreed to and represented at the time, the board basically decided, well, what are the high retail traffic generation uses or food uses that we want to basically then specifically prohibit to make sure it doesn't tip unless somebody comes back to us and talks to us about it.
And so is it possible to not, is it possible to broaden the restriction, but tighten it up to certain uses with certain parking requirements?
Well, Adam, right now, they're allowed to have 97 spaces.
Right, right.
So if a new use went in there that by our bylaws
Yes,
would require more parking, they would have to come back to us for a parking
Mhm.
waiver
right.
for.
Not a use, not use, right? Just parking.
Well, but if we don't grant the parking waiver, the tenant might say, well, if I don't have enough parking, I can't go in there.
But the issue is that retail, office, consumer service all have the same parking demand. So you don't get the trigger to move up with the demand. So retail is one parking space for 300, office is one parking space for 300. The only times you get increases in the numbers is when you convert into a food use or perhaps an athletic use, as a practical matter.
Although I just want to bring up that since COVID, things have changed and people are doing a business in a different way and certainly differently than they did in 2006.
Right.
So I guess I guess my question had been, is there a way of creating a special permit for those prohibited uses so that we could, review them independently from the rest of the zoning? Because it could be that they might have a use that doesn't have a lot of traffic. So I guess that's, but it sounds, Lee, from what you're saying, is that you can't change the prohibited uses or whatever. That's what it sounded like. It sounded like we could,
Well, that's what they're asking us
all
to
or
do.
nothing.
They're asking us to remove the prohibited uses.
But I'm not saying that we should remove the prohibited uses. I'm saying that we should make the prohibited uses a special permit, because some of them are as of right, because they're under, when they're under 10,000 square feet or so, some of the retail.
The retail.
So could it be that we could review them independently, but they could still be a special, they would need to be a special permit. They wouldn't be as of right.
You could probably write something, and I need to think about it, that would require an amendment to the underlying base site plan approval for those prohibited uses, and kind of create the special permit through the special permit process, through the site plan special permit process. But I need to think about that, and I need to think about that, but it might be a possibility by doing it as an amendment to basically indicate those uses are prohibited absent an amendment to the site plan special permit. I'm not quite sure how to do that, but I think there probably would be a strategy.
Jean, can I ask you to hold off, because I have not had a chance to speak yet? Thank you. So before I get into it with my comments, I do want to go through the correspondence that we got on this. We did receive comments from the fire chief and the police chief, and they both basically said that they had no comment or no problem with the relief requested. We did receive multiple emails. I'm not going to read them all, but I do want to note them. We received an email from, these were all opposed to the application. mostly on the restaurant side, and concerns about parking on Highland Terrace. And on the restaurant side, they were concerned about noise, and they were concerned about additional use of additional stress on the dumpster that restaurants would provide. So we got an email from Joe and Eileen Manning of 68 Riverside Road. We got an email from Ryan and Tanya McKee of 18 Highview Street. We got an email from Diane Abbott of 69 Highland Terrace. We got a long email from Robert, and I may mispronounce the name. I believe it's Deutsch, of 14 Highview Street. And we got an email from Melanie Prescott. It says Riverside Street. I understand the concerns of the neighbors to some extent. I don't know of any restaurants in town that have live music. So I don't know if live music at restaurants is really a concern that we have in Needham. And I don't know whether they would need a special permit or permission from the select board to have live music.
3 Square.
3 Square has live music?
It did.
Yeah,
It
they're not there
did.
anymore.
Not anymore, right?
Yeah. I understand the concern about parking. You've got 97 spaces. I do not believe that there is room for parking on Second Avenue safely if the parking lot is full. And I understand the neighbors' concerns about parking on Highland Terrace. You know, you might have no parking signs, but if somebody's at a restaurant at 8 o'clock at night, they might, and the parking lot is full, they might very well choose to ignore that no parking sign and take the risk that somebody calls the police and they get a parking ticket. So I understand the concerns about restaurants. Rick, what I heard you say was that and let me just comment that right now, a restaurant, takeout restaurant, sit-down restaurant, both of those, any restaurant would be by special permit. Fitness center would be by special permit. I think those of the items that are currently in the list, those are probably the highest parking generating uses that were specifically called out to be prohibited.
Mr. Chair, I just want a point of order. I don't know that that's correct relative to sit-down restaurants. I think that may be as of right, but it's irrelevant to our proposal because we're willing to make it a special permit use anyway.
Well, that's what I wanted to say. What I heard you say was that you're willing to make it by special permit, even if it's allowed as of right.
I did
Then
indeed.
when I heard you actually read your proposed bylaw language, I heard you say that you were agreeing to that only if Panera Bread were still a tenant.
That is correct. That is what I said in my remarks as well as in the vote.
Okay, then I misunderstood your remarks.
Yeah,
Because I thought that you were saying that a restaurant, you were willing to have a restaurant be by special permit, even if our bylaws allowed it by right, whether or not Panera Bread were still there.
No, my point, just to be clear, is that as long as Panera Bread is operating in the center, we would agree that even if a restaurant use were allowed as a matter of right, we would treat it as a special permitted right only. And the obvious reason for that is that the center is designed for and equipped for a restaurant of some sort, that it would seem unreasonable not to be able to have at least, you know, to have what the underlying zoning allowed, which as a practical matter is probably going to require a special permit anyway, because there'll be a takeout element to, almost all restaurants, but not necessarily. But again, I think as was pointed out, the likelihood that we're going to see a center without a Panera Bread in our lifetime is relatively small. I say that because I'm elderly, but for the rest of you,
But I agree. First of all, Panera has a long-term lease with number of options. I'd be happy to terminate their lease because I could replace them with a tenant paying another $20 a foot, but that's not going to happen. Panera Bread's going to be there for the long term.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify the facts, so we're all working off of what the zoning actually requires in the Highland Commercial 128 District, under section 3252, which lists the uses by special permit. Restaurants serving meals for consumption is the specially permitted use.
Yes, and I'm currently looking at 3.2.5.1, which is permitted uses, and there are no restaurants. There's no restaurant use listed.
interestingly enough, the special permit itself states that it was, at least back in 2006, that was a sit-down restaurants were in fact allowed as of right. Whether that's correct or not, your point is well taken.
I
And
believe that it is allowed as of right in the New England Business Center.
okay,
And that may be the reason why
yeah,
that was called out, because this property straddles both of those zones.
so just to summarize your comment, though, you're correct. If you're, and I'm sure you are in the current reading of the bylaw, a special permit will be required either way. So
Unless the bylaw is amended,
unless the bylaw is amended.
unless the bylaw. is amended.
Fair enough.
I don't
We
think,
promise not to seek an amendment of the bylaw.
right. I don't think that banks are generating the kind of use that they used to. I don't think pharmacies necessarily are either. But, it's been represented that a pharmacy probably wouldn't want to go in here. And actually, given the layout, I might understand that. Pharmacies tend to like to have foot traffic on the street. And I don't see a lot of foot traffic on Highland Avenue in this property. So I understand the neighbors' concerns. I'm concerned about the increased parking that may be generated. And I'll let neighbors speak to it. If we're going to make a change, and I'm not sure that the votes are here to make a change, Lee, do we need 4 votes to change the special permit?
Yes.
I would like to see restaurant use as a special permit and fitness center as a special permit, even if allowed as of right, whether or not Panera Bread is a tenant. Because I think a fitness center, especially during certain hours of the day, is a high parking generated use. Yes, Adam.
I didn't think that when the prohibition discussed sports club, just to be clear, that it was like a sports club merchandising store. I didn't.
No, it says or. I believe it's or. It's.
It does, and or.
Yeah, that's an or. A sports merchandising store is not necessarily tied to the fitness center. That's the way that I read it.
But I thought that it had said a sports club or merchandising store, which is, in other words, it did say the word sports club, unless I read the wrong thing.
No, it did.
And so I didn't interpret a sports club to mean a fitness center. It's a separate definition in our bylaw, number one. And number two, what I interpreted it was like, a New England Patriots and a Boston Bruins type store that would sell merchandise for for those teams. Or if Natasha started a sports team, it would sell her merchandise.
All All right. I'm looking for the language again. But I don't remember even sports club being in the use table, unless it's in the use table for the New England Business Center. And to be honest, I don't see a sports club as being a high generating traffic or parking use as opposed to a fitness center. But be that as it may, those were my comments. Jean, you had your hand raised before I get to the
Yes.
public.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Upward. I simply wanted to respond to our member Natasha Espada's comments, because what I had said earlier, I think, is essentially what she's asking for, because a proposed new tenant would have to come back to the planning board and seek an amendment of the special permit. And in such circumstances, we decide whether we'll only process that with a hearing of which butters are notified, et cetera, or we'll process it as what we call a de minimis change. But that's how things come back to us when when a change is sought. On a plaza like this, I'm thinking of the Trader Joe's Plaza with process changes like that. So I wanted to respond, that's all.
Any other comments from the planning board at this time? Okay, Adam.
I'm sorry, I would just for clarity, section 3.3 of the conditions of the special permit does actually say, for clarity, and I'm reading from it, number 3, all sports clubs and or athletic merchandise stores. And because we don't have a sports club, I interpreted that to mean like, a business that sells merchandise, not even necessarily a Dick's sporting goods store, but another store that just sells team merchandise, basically.
Chairman, I would only mention that I've looked, I don't see any definition of what a sports club is, either under a bylaw or in the decision. So I don't know what a sports club is, for what it's worth.
Okay. I'd like to now go to the general public. Alex, I do see 4 people with their hands raised.
Sure. Do you want to call on people? I am happy to just
Well,
state their name as I move them over.
Do you have them in any particular order of when their hands were raised, or?
I think it shows them in the order that the hands are raised, so I can.
Okay,
just,
well, I've got them. I've got a Michael Ruddy at the top of the list.
Perfect. Me too. I will move you over, and you should now be able to unmute yourself and turn on your video if you'd like.
And please state your name and your address for the record.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Michael Ruddy of 69 Melrose. I speak in opposition of this relief. I agree with Mrs. McKnight and Mr. Jacobs' comments. I don't think that a blanket special permit should be granted to a building just so the owners can be economically competitive. I don't think that's really a compelling reason in the best interest of the town. If they do have a specific tenant in mind, then they should be transparent about that and seek specific approval, specific relief for allowing that tenant to come in, rather than being granted a blanket right of use based on what I think are vague and unenforceable assurances. This is a parcel that, as you've discussed, it does abut an existing residential neighborhood. I've been in Needham all my life, so I remember Barajic Oldsmobile being there before Needham Gateway, and that was obviously a very, very low volume business, never opened past 6 p.m. Needham Gateway received their variance or their special permit to open in the first place. So I think those prohibitions, those limitations that were imposed in 2006 were imposed for a very specific reason. And it was not just traffic and parking, I don't think. I think there were some issues of noise and commotion that would be coming from restaurants or bar facilities. I am troubled by the assurances if we can call them that no other restaurant will open, quote unquote, so long as Panera Bread is operational in the center. I don't really assign much value to that statement. I mean, Panera Bread's closed down all the time. The one in Newton Center closed down this year or last year. So any promise that's contingent on that occupancy is not, doesn't really have any value, I don't think. And then just to wrap up, Mr. Block, if you could identify the neighbors on Highland Terrace that you bumped into who spoke favorably of this project, I think that would be helpful, because the way that you presented it was just kind of anecdotal and unverifiable. You're speaking on behalf of residents effectively. And I mean, it kind of flies in the face of common sense. I don't think there would be much support on Highland Terrace, but did you get any of those names of the residents?
With all due respect, Mr. Ruddy, I'm not going to allow that, because if he spoke to them and did not specifically get their permission to be outed at this meeting, I don't think it's appropriate.
Right. So, Mr. Chair, I mean, I'm surprised that you allowed that testimony in the first place, right? He's basically speaking on behalf of someone.
I'm taking it for what it's worth.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm disappointed that that sort of hearsay, anecdotal reference.
Yeah,
being
and you're
introduced.
right. As I said, I'm taking it for what it's worth. It's an anecdotal reference.
Okay, but I mean, it certainly influences the record. It influences
And
anybody who's attending here.
I
But-
personally am giving more weight to the fact that you are here identifying yourself and speaking out.
Great. Okay. So yeah, that's basically it. I mean, I think that there should be more transparency on who the specific tenants are. And if there's a specific use here, obviously there have been some, I guess we're identifying them as rumors now, that there would be loud businesses opening up, bars, after hours, installations, facilities. And if that's not the case, great. But there really is no concrete assurance that that is the case, because it's all predicated, from the sounds of it, on Panera Bread being there. But as I say, Panera Bread's closed down all the time. I mean, they could go into bankruptcy in another couple of years, and that would be that. So I don't place a lot of weight on that guarantee. But yeah, those are my thoughts. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
So since you raised that, Lee, I'm going to ask you the question, because maybe I should have thought to research this before, where this property straddles two zones. And there does appear to be differences in what's allowed as of right and what's allowed by special permit between the two zones. For example, a restaurant. I believe that certain restaurants are allowed as of right in the New England Business Center zone. How would we, if we didn't have this provision, how would we decide whether a restaurant in a building that straddles two zones or is in the New England Business District, even though we're talking about the Highland Avenue 128 zone in our discussions here, how would we resolve that issue? That may be one of the reasons why this language is in section 3.3, because of that issue.
I think the reason the restaurant definition in Needham's zoning bylaw as it relates to the Highway Commercial 1 district says restaurant serving meals for consumption on the premises and at tables with service provided by waitress or waiter. Panera Bread, and that is a specially permitted use. Panera Bread did not seek a special permit for that use because that's not the nature of the business that they run. They sought a special permit basically for a takeout kind of restaurant facility. So I guess the restaurant use in Highway Commercial 1 is dedicated toward waiter and waitress service, and that's a special permit use. And Panera Bread didn't need that special permit because that wasn't how they were proposing to run their operation. This building, I believe, is located in Highway Commercial 1. So the use table and the use requirements for that building are governed by that provision. I'd have to check and see how deep the property is to where the line runs.
What about the FW Web building?
I need to look at the site plan again to see where the zone line runs through the buildings.
If I may comment on that, Mr. Alpert,
Yes.
because I believe Attorney Mann quoted from our zoning bylaw in saying that when you have a parcel of land, the applicable provisions are those of the zoning district in which the majority of the parcel is located. And I believe he said it was 58% in Highway Commercial 1.
Mhm.
And thus, I didn't check this in the zoning bylaw myself, but I recall that being in his application, or perhaps in the original special permit. It was there.
Mr. Chair, since those marks were attributed to me, let me respond. I did not make that comment. However, I believe that that is correct. I believe that there is a statement in the special permit decision that says just that.
And
I,
and I'm going to correct myself. Restaurants are in New England Business District are purely by special permit, not as of right.
So to the extent that that is true, that that provision is in the bylaw that indicates it's the majority of where your premises are located that controls, then that answers that question. If to the extent that it also is the case, which I do believe, but I would not be able to swear to it, that all the buildings are within the 128 versus the New England Business District, I think the same result would prevail. But in any event, and I understand the concern about the Panera Bread's longevity. The intent here was to, in effect, make what might be an as of right use, which we now understand is not an as of right use under any circumstances, albeit I grant you, Paul, that the zoning can change, and make it a special permit use. But if that is not acceptable, I fully understand the position of the board.
Mr. Ruddy, you all said?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ruddy. Alex, I'm now seeing at the top of my list, a person named Liz Caponia. And excuse me if I mispronounced your last name. Again, please identify yourself by name and address when you're able to unmute yourself.
Ms. Caponia, you should be able to unmute yourself as well as show your video if you'd like.
Ms. Caponia, are you there? You're still muted.
I think
Here
it
we go.
works now.
Yep. we
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes.
Okay, good. And my video should be playing, but anyways, it sort of disappeared, but the voice is better. So basically, I'm very much against putting a restaurant, bar and grill, takeout only, which to me is fast food, or a convenience store, which again would have food, usually grab and go, and especially with people loitering outside. All this has to do with also the dumpsters having food in it, therefore odors. The dumpsters for this Frank Webb building are right next to the houses. I mean, literally, 10 inches from the houses. Also, the houses are very close to the Frank Webb building, as opposed to Panera Bread, which has quite a distance to the houses. And Panera Bread's dumpster is in the middle of the parking lot. So I don't think that this Frank Webb building, and I think that's what we're having all this discussion about, is really conducive to having anything to do with food, bars, convenience stores, and not to mention also the parking issue, because I know that not only is this parking lot hyper busy, but people also use it as a cutting mechanism when they're going down 2nd Avenue. They make a quicker right turn onto Highland if they cut through the parking lot. So also, since you mentioned landscaping, one final point, since you mentioned landscaping, there are 2 or 3 really horrible trees that are pouring over into our yards. I'll call them cotton trees. I don't know what they are, but they have wads and wads of cotton that creates literally snowstorms, even 1 street over. And then the cotton pods fall all over our lawns. This is what we experienced all of the month of June. And people are allergic to this also. So if you're dealing with landscaping, something needs to be done. They're like invasive trees. They grow like crazy. And those trees are right at the corner, the furthest corner of the parking lot, and it's overhanging the houses. Thank you very much.
Ms. Capone, before you sign off, may we have your address, please?
Oh, sure, 27 Highland Terrace.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, if you're all set then, next I see on the list Patricia Baker.
It's me, okay. Hi, Patricia Baker, 30 Highland Terrace. And my house is, well, the Frank Webb neon sign shines into my side window. That's first thing, which is fine. I want to refer back to one of Adam Block's questions. And it was a little bit, the answer was very nebulous to me. And that is, when is the lease up for Panera? At first, the answer was, they have options, then they have a long-term lease. Long-term lease to me, long-term lease is relative. It could be 2 years, it could be 20 years. So I would like that answer, because I as well am concerned that any type of restaurant or any retail organization with food will bring smells, noise, and rats. And we know that there are rats near restaurants. I know there are restaurants on Needham Street. But so if that could be answered, the long-term lease for Panera, because I'm also concerned, and this was mentioned before, but specifically Newton, Dedham, and Wayland Paneras have moved out of their spaces. So although we're talking about, yeah, we can't live without a Panera, they have a history of moving from their original spaces. So I would like to know when that lease is up. I don't want to, so could that be answered? Is
Sure. Mike?
Mike, you're muted.
I either muted or he dropped off.
No, he's not dropped off. He's muted.
Mike, you're muted.
It's working, man.
Look like he's getting the information.
because that's really key. I think most of the people on this street are really concerned about the building that's abuts our street. And Liz also mentioned that the dumpster for Frank Webb is right up against Highland. There's another dumpster in an island for Panera, but the one for that building, and I don't know if it's in their lease, that's the only place that they can dump their stuff. They only have boxes. It is contiguous. It abuts Highland Terrace. So if Panera goes out, I'm in real estate. I like to think of the future in the worst case scenarios. Panera goes out, a restaurant goes here, they have to use that dumpster because it's in their lease. I'm not really sure. Is it, Mr. Moskowitz, is it in their lease that Frank Webb has to use that dumpster and they can't use the Panera dumpster? I'm not really sure about commercial real estate though.
So I can address that. There is a dumpster in the middle of the parking lot. It's a compactor. Takes all the tenants' trash. It's currently picked up now 2 times a week. I mean, if trash were to increase, we would pick that up to, we would bump that up to 3 times a week. The dumpster next to Frank W. Webb, that's adjacent to Highland Terrace, is a cardboard only dumpster. There is no food, there is no trash in those dumpsters. It is cardboard only. All of the food trash and any other trash that's not cardboard is processed in the compactor that's in the center of the parking lot. And it's currently picked up 2 times a week. There's been no issue. I mean, occasionally there's an issue when the compactor breaks. But on normal operations, 2 times a week, picking up that compactor, I believe it's Monday and Thursday. And the cardboard is Tuesday or something, maybe once a week for the cardboard, but the trash is picked up twice a week and there's no issue with, as long as the compactor is working, there is no issue with the trash being processed without being on the ground.
So back to the question, when is the original lease up before the options, their long-term lease?
The
Do you
web
have-
lease is, the
I'm
web
not
lease
sure. Mike,
is
not
up
correct.
in, I believe, March of 2022.
Mike,
They are
no.
moving next door to the building on Highland Terrace that had the tile.
No, I mean
okay.
Panera, when is Panera's?
Oh, Panera,
original-
I can look it up and I can report back to you in a few minutes, but they have options for another 25 or 30 years. And
I understand that, but life changes and a lot of these Paneras are leaving their spaces. So that's not a promise to me because I think I'm going to be in this house for a while.
there's no promise that they're going to stay. I will tell you that the owner of the franchise, Mike Hammer, is a partner in the real estate. In that his particular, he has like 275 locations of Paneras and Wendy's and some motels. And that the Needham Panera is in the top 2 or 3 of all his locations. So again, nothing is guaranteed. He's already exercised his 5-year renewal to 2026, I believe.
Correct.
And, I mean, I'd be happy to replace him because again, I can replace him for more rent. But my camera and Panera is there for the long
So
term.
2026, so like.
That's the current
okay.
absolute term, correct.
Yes, he's already exercised their option in 2026.
Okay, then that's all I really have to say, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I just say something? I
absolutely.
think when we look at zoning and we look at all of these things, we have to look at it globally as that anything can happen, because I think that's the best intentions for Panera to be there for the rest of its life. But the reality is that things happen. And so what we need to do is create rules that allow for for anything to happen so that they're global, not basing it on unnecessary leases, specific leases, because those can be broken. So I just want to say that the idea is that if we can control by special permit what goes in there, it could be something that doesn't generate any music, it doesn't generate any cars, it does, it could be that it could be that it's something very invasive and it's a 1-by-1. But if we set the right rules, it shouldn't be based on leases that can be broken. It should be based on the right way of zoning.
Chairman, may I?
Yes, Marty.
I think what Natasha said is really important, and I think it's not generally understood. When we issue a decision, it's not about the identity of a tenant. It's not about the identity of a landowner, because even if they intend to stay or whatever, you can sell at any time. They can sell out their interest at any time. So the way we write the decisions, and this is absolutely standard, is we do set the conditions, as Natasha said. And it's not dependent on particular identity of any particular party. The conditions are set so that as long as someone changes ownership or landlord changes leases to a tenant or whatever, as long as they meet the conditions that we've set in the permit, it's going to be fine. So I just wish you wouldn't focus so much on the identity of a particular Panera or anybody, because that's not the way we write the decisions.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr.
Can I
Mayor.
just make one comment? I agree with Mr. Jacobs as a general matter. The issue here is twofold, or 2 points that I want to make. One is that here we have a prohibition. It's not a question of, you have the rights that everybody else has, which, by the way, in this case would require a special permit. This is a prohibition in the zoning bylaw. But it's probably not worth arguing about it further, at least from my perspective, because I understand the point that has been raised. I think, quite frankly, the language that was offered up in good faith. To the extent that that language could be acceptable if we eliminated the reference to Panera Bread, that's something I certainly would like to discuss with my client. I would also like to ask, and by the way, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if there was another abutter who wanted to speak, so I don't want to.
I've got, I believe I had two more. I've got two more people. who still have their
I
hands
was
raised.
going to flow into a closing statement, and I'm premature, so I will defer.
Okay. Jean, I saw you raise your hand. Did you want to say something before I call on the other two neighbors?
Tend to raise my hand, no.
Okay. So next I have Derek Wade has a hand raised.
Hi, everyone. My name is Derek Wade. I live over at 41 Riverside Street. I really appreciate everyone on the call allowing me an opportunity to speak. I moved to, and I should just also make this clear, I'm speaking in opposition of, and apologies if I kind of butcher the language or the rules, but I'm speaking in opposition of the idea of a restaurant. So I moved to Needham in March of 2020. Moved with a young family. It's been a wonderful experience so far. Love the town, really appreciate how family oriented, how residential the town is. I can understand and appreciate how a developer is looking to maximize their profit. It's very clear to me that that is what is taking place here, and it's an understandable approach for an entity to take. A couple of issues that I had as I read through the proposal, which I found to be somewhat disingenuous and somewhat dishonest in its approach, which is extremely troubling. I mean, just first off, the first thing I'll mention is the unverified anecdotal evidence that they provide that there are people on Highland Terrace or in this Riverside neighborhood that are actually in support of it. I have heard either on email or in kind of passing on the street as people have kind of rallied to this cause and to kind of become aware.
Mr. Wade, I'm going to cut you off there. I don't believe that is in the application. I believe that was just a line.
Sure.
Mr. Block mentioned that he spoke to some people, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on something.
I will not spend a lot of time on that, but I would just say that it should be very clear to you. Well, if you don't mind, you've had an opportunity to speak, and I would just like just a couple of minutes. I promise I will not take much of your time. It should be very clear to the planning board that there is quite a bit of opposition, particularly from the abutters. The idea that a restaurant could be placed in that Frank Webb building, which directly abuts Highland Terrace, is actually absurd in notion. And whether Panera Bread is there or not, that Frank Webb building is not appropriate to put a highly trafficked restaurant or really any highly trafficked business that is going to have people coming in and out. I encourage anyone who is thinking about this decision to come visit the neighborhood, to come look at how close that parcel is. I'm on Riverside Street and I have a direct line of sight to that Frank Webb building. So I just, from the moment I moved here, I heard remarks or jokes, or even from like the wonderful police officers in the town about how this neighborhood is often overlooked and underappreciated. I get it. We're on the other side of the highway. We're isolated. And I understand, like a lot of places, there's redevelopment, and I'm supportive of that. I just think that this particular building is not appropriate to put something that will completely disrupt what is a residential neighborhood in a wonderful family-oriented, residential-oriented town. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. That leaves, I've got one last person with a hand raised, and I'm going to call on her now. If somebody else would want to speak, I urge you to raise your hand because I will check it after Ms. Epstein is done. We're now going to call on Janice Epstein.
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Janice Epstein. I've lived at 75 Highland Terrace about over 25 years now, and I'm a town meeting member.
Yeah.
So is Liz, who didn't mention that, and one of the persons, Robert Deutsch, who wrote an email as well as a town meeting member. So I was here back when there was decrepit buildings there, and it was nice to see that Mr. Moskowitz and Mr. Barajic pulled together to create 2 new buildings and literally make it a nice gateway to Needham. And I believe that's why they even called it the Gateway. In order to maximize the square footage of the current FW Webb building, they got a variance to go from 50 feet to 24 feet. And I want to say that again, it's 50 feet to 24 feet. It's literally right next to the neighborhood. I don't know if my photo can show, but you know, and they also got a variance on the parking, which was 127 spaces for the businesses, which it's miraculous. The majority of them are still there, which in this COVID era, I don't know if every mall can say that, but they only have 97. And a lot of things were put in to protect the neighborhood and allowing them to do these buildings. There's conditions regarding lights, noise, when the dumpsters can be emptied. Mo Handel had a big part in deciding that the dumpster would be in the middle of the parking lot. So it actually is a surprise to us. It was noticed about a year ago that there was a second dumpster on Highland Terrace, which Mr. Moskowitz said was for cardboard, but there's nothing in the permit allowing that. And we have been surprised about that. There's also signs in there, like saying when it can be emptied, but I do know from the neighbors that there's been a lot of noise from that. So I have yet to hear any reason of what's changed, why all of a sudden we would allow a sit-down food and beverage restaurant, fast food delivery, sports clubs, convenience markets, which can generate a lot of traffic and can be open after 11. Panera has strict hours about what time they can start and close, and pharmacy stores. So I think, if my opinion, and if we move to having anything by special permit, that's allowing opening up, you know, for a lawyer to figure out how to get that to happen, or how many meetings is the planning board, or does this now go to the ZBA, have to discuss to figure out, well, now it is sort of a right. So because we got this permit change, now we can do that. So I do want to bring up about the dumpster. I've also, with Liz and Robert, have over the last 2 weeks talked to the majority of the neighbors. We take being town meeting members seriously, and everyone is opposed to this. I think, again, I'm going to bring up that it's too close. The building is 24 feet. You really have to, nothing has changed about that. So if you all of a sudden start allowing these other businesses, the neighborhood will be affected by noise, dumpster, lights, you know, traffic, things that they were protected for, you know, so we don't see a reason why now, and as someone else mentioned too, you can't predict. So if we allow some changes now based on whether Panera's in or out, I mean, you start down a slippery slope at this point. And then you're really allowing it. So I'm again saying, like the emails, like the people I spoke to, that it should stay the way it is. And if you do have a new tenant that falls out of this, well, then you can talk to people, but asking for it to be changed and then saying you don't have a tenant in mind doesn't make any sense. You have to have a tenant in mind to propose what the changes should be. And otherwise you're opening it up. So I'm, you know, nervous about anything being treated as a special permit. Tonight we can't even decide, well, is it one commercial zoning or is it another commercial zoning? And somebody even said, how would we even figure this out? You know, you're opening up a can of worms here when nothing has changed. And in fact, anything we've learned in the last year is that you can't predict anything, whether it's Panera closes, they may not want to, or something else happens. You don't, who knew we would all be on Zoom for this call? You don't know. And I think what was put in the original permit was put there. And Mo Handel spearheaded it, you know, to protect everybody, because they were building a new building and it was, okay, you build it, but we want this to be in place for it. I'm not sure if, does that come up at all? You can see the Frank Webb building right in back of that townhouse.
Yes, thank you.
Just to give the people who aren't, and this also shows from the parking lot. And there's a, but we would want clarification around, actually it's right in here, that the white fence around a new dumpster that really just kind of nobody knew about and then was just sort of noticed. And I could have overlooked it in the permit, but I didn't see anything besides the dumpster being in the middle.
Okay. It's getting late and I do see another hand raised. Ms. Epstein, are you?
Oh, yeah. And
Sorry.
sorry, there was somebody else trying to get in to the Zoom. Can't help him. But he's owns the commercial property right there. So I know he really does want to talk. And he has a right to talk because he owns those 3 houses right there bordering.
I've got another hand raised here, a person.
Okay, why don't you go with that? Thank you.
Okay. So, Alex, I see somebody, it just says AIS. Well, you've got it. Thank you. Please identify yourself. When you can unmute yourself, please identify yourself by your name and your address.
Hi, my name's Ashleen Walsh and I live at 45 Riverside Street. I don't want to keep you guys long or anything. I do just really want to reiterate the fact that it can be really easy to argue for these things. But when you live in this neighborhood day in and day out, it's, you know, we're the ones that are really going to be impacted here. And, you know, like I was thinking, you know, this is a really great neighborhood to live in, but it is kind of in a strange location because it's very isolated from other parts of Needham because there's this small little neighborhood, which is, you know, Riverside, Highview, and Highland Terrace, and then the rest of Highland Ave, which, you know, becomes Needham Street. So, you know, I really do just want to reiterate the fact that, like, this is a neighborhood, there's families here, there's children here, I can see the FW web from my window, and you know, we do back up into this, and I don't know. I feel like this is a neighborhood that really is overlooked by the rest of Needham. And I just want to make sure that when you guys make a vote, that you guys have the best interest, our best interest at heart, because I feel that we have really been overlooked. And I am definitely concerned about issues with parking, issues with noise. There's so many families here with young children. And, you know, being backed up onto a main street, I guess that's what you should expect. But I mean, when you literally can see it from your window, like there's bushes separating the houses on Highview with this little shopping center. So, you know, I'm a fan of Panera. I think it's fine if Panera stays, you know, then I guess really nothing changes as far as adding a new restaurant or anything like that. But we really do need to, you know, talk about the fact that COVID has really shown us how unpredictable things can be with the economy. And so if we, you know, somebody didn't mention that many Paneras in the area have closed. And I think that's something we need to consider, and just not make exceptions just because it's a Panera Bread and they've been, you know, a tenant there. Like, we need to look at it more broader. And so just consider that. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Rick, you want, I believe that there are no more hands raised among the attendees. So Rick, you wanted to make a closing statement, go right ahead. You're muted, Rick. Rick, you're muted. Rick, there you go.
Mr. Chairman, I do some of my best speaking when I'm muted. Let me first thank the members of the board and members of staff, as well as the abutters who have taken time to review the situation. A couple of things I just want to clarify, and it's interesting to me how sometimes things can get misinterpreted and perhaps played out in a way that is totally unexpected. We have no plans and no desire to put a restaurant in that space. The only issue that I was trying to resolve here, which it turns out to be moot, is that to the extent that we could make these uses not prohibited and just simply rely upon the special permit law that is currently in place, that is what we would prefer to do. There is absolutely no intent to put a restaurant in there. Now, as far as the qualifying language that I drafted relative to Panera, I am happy to take that out and simply say that, you know, whatever the underlying provisions of the bylaw might be, we would abide by special permit criteria. However, I also want to point out a couple of other things, and it was articulated very well, I think, by the last speaker and referred to by others as well. It is very true that we live in a different age now. COVID has taught us all a tremendous amount of lessons. I made that point in my opening remarks. Part of the reason that I think it is appropriate to take another look at these restrictions is precisely because we live in a very different time. COVID has exacerbated a lot of the changes that were already in effect, or already moving in a direction of not being a brick and mortar type world anymore, but particularly banks, which are a predominant use, I should say, in retail centers, and as to which we have had some interest, as Mr. Moskowitz indicated. I don't think it's appropriate or fair that we have to be treated differently, and I do disagree with prior comments. We are being treated differently relative to a use which has, in my judgment, and I hope that the board would share that judgment, is not a heavy traffic and or parking user. The same, I think, happens to be true with the athletic apparel or gear or whatever, although again, I think it's very unlikely we're going to have that type of use, particularly given the number of that type of retailer that has gone out of business recently. Nonetheless, that is what we were looking for here in terms of some relief. I do think it is a very big difference to address specifically one of the comments that was made, to say to a prospective tenant that we have to go back and basically go before a board that has already said that this use is a prohibited use and convince them that not to make it a prohibited use. I think that is a big obstacle and is an unfair obstacle, particularly with a use such as a bank. I would propose that to the extent that this board, in its wisdom, could come to the conclusion that this request is an appropriate one for some of these uses, particularly banks, quite frankly, that would be something I think that would be very helpful to the center. And I would hope that you would see your way clear to do that. I will leave it at that. And I thank you again for all of your time and consideration.
Thank you. So I'm now going to make a comment. And I thank you, Mr. Mann, for what you said, because you're leading into where I was kind of leading. My first comment was going to be that to the extent that any of these uses would require a special permit, one way or the other, you'd have to come before this board. You can always, even now, come before this board with a motion when you have a particular tenant to have the use removed from 3.3 in addition to the special permit process at that time, when you have a tenant. To the extent that a convenience market that's less than 10,000 square feet could go into space here as of right. And I agree with Marty, I don't know what a sports club is. An athletic merchandise store, again, less than 10,000 square feet, you're asking us to make it as of right because it would be a retail store. I really hadn't thought about what that would generate to allow that to change. We do have an unusual circumstance here where this property is abutting a residential area. I didn't, I was thinking about earlier in the evening about the 50-foot setback that I know that had it. And so I think it was Ms. Epstein who pointed out that a waiver was granted to allow the Frank Webb building to be 24 feet from the property line in the residential area. I would hate to see a use in the Frank Webb building that would be a late night use, that might be a noisy use where it's only 24 feet from the residential area. So I'm glad that you mentioned the banks. I think that the situation with banks has changed since 2006. I will agree that the situation has definitely changed for video rental stores. I'd be happy to take that out for what that's worth to your client. I'm not quite sure about pharmacies. I'm inclined to leave this alone as it is. I would support removing banks and video rentals, possibly pharmacies, from this list if that were something that would be amenable to your client, and leave the prohibitions for the restaurants and the sports club and athletic merchandise stores and convenience markets.
That would be quite acceptable to my client.
Okay, but those are my comments. Is there anybody else from the board who would like to comment further?
Can you just repeat for me, Paul, what you just said? I want to make sure I get.
Yeah, I'm saying that I would not vote for the present relief requested, which is to just basically eliminate section 3.3. I would be willing to vote for amending 3.3 to remove from the list banks, video retail stores, and pharmacy stores.
5, 6, and 7.
And leave all those other prohibitions in.
So as listed on rider A to the application for this amendment, there are 7 listed prohibitions, prohibited uses.
Correct.
And you're saying you would delete the last 3, 5, 6, and 7. Right?
Correct.
Pharmacies, banks, and video rentals.
And I'm kind of wavering on pharmacies, and Mr. Moskowitz indicated that he probably wouldn't get pharmacies anyway. It sounds like he's had some interest from banks, and I don't think that banks now generate the kind of traffic that they did 15 years ago.
Well, I certainly agree with that, and I think it's going to be, in fact, less and less over time with everybody doing banking through their computer and phone. I'm just trying to think if there was any of these others that I would delete from the list.
I would probably delete sports club. I don't regard as any kind of an athletic or fitness facility at all. I think the way that
yeah,
it seems to me it's more of a retail shop that sells. It could be as worse as a small Dick's, or it could be a smaller business that just sells like merchandise for the Bruins and the Patriots and the Red Sox.
Well, I think we need to define it. I guess what I'm saying.
That's reasonable.
I'd be open to some kind of definition of what that even means. And my only other question is the convenience markets, like a under 10,000 square foot convenience market.
Yeah, as one of the neighbors pointed out, a convenience market, a 7-Eleven, just by the name, is open till 11 o'clock at night. And if it went into the FW Web building, it would be only 24 feet from the residential zone. I would, for the convenience market, if they had a convenience market that wanted to go into a space, I would suggest that they come back to the board with a particular tenant and convince us to amend the permit at that time.
All right, I can go along with your proposal.
I support it too. I think it's reasonable.
I have a question with regard to what's proposed here. Suppose, for example, bank is eliminated from the list. And I believe a bank would be a use allowed by right in that zone. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But
That's
what
correct.
my question, yes, okay. And my question is, therefore, can a bank go in, for example, to the FW Web building without any process on our part, without any application whatsoever to us or to the ZBA?
Yes.
And
that's what I'm concerned about.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, that's the case with all of the other retail uses that, that are there and that are allowed. We didn't come back to you for Geico or any of the others.
As I said, Gene, I think the nature of banking has changed. I don't know what the objection would be at this point, 15 years
Well,
later.
we're making a decision now, theoretically, that a bank would not require more parking than the prior uses that were approved for the site. If the owner and manager and Attorney Mann came before us with a bank, proposed tenant, and it was going to be a certain number of square feet, and then we're going to have a certain number of employees, and then we could determine at that time that that was fine, which we might very well do by a de minimis change. That would be one thing, but we don't have that before us.
Gene,
and so that's
why
my
do
issue.
you, Gene, why do you object to a bank where right now you cannot object to a
Right.
clothing store taking less than 10,000 square feet. What's the difference between a bank and a clothing store of less than 10,000 square feet in terms of
I'm not,
any
I,
concerns?
I'm not positive because we don't have the application before us with the number of employees, the parking demand that we can consider. And I just pulling it out of the air from impressions rather than facts.
Okay. So
Are
I
we
don't
gonna,
see any, I don't see any other hands raised. I don't, yes, Adam.
I would make a motion to deny the relief requested.
should we close the hearing first, Mr. Chair?
May I have a
I'm-
motion to close the hearing?
I so moved.
Second.
We have a motion to close the hearing. Is there any discussion? I'll call the roll. Mr. Block,
Aye.
Ms. Espada,
Aye.
Mr. Jacobs,
Aye.
Ms. McKnight,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. The hearing is closed. It is 9:15, and there have been some people here who've been very patiently waiting for their other items on the agenda. I'm going to ask the board what they think about whether we should continue discussing this and deciding on this first, or whether we should hear the other items on the agenda first and then come back to this, which I understand would mean that Mr. Mann and Mr. Moskowitz would be hanging back probably to hear what we have to say.
If we can do a fairly quick resolution on the matter and then to be able to dispose of it now, I would suggest we do that. Otherwise, I'd suggest we pick up on this another evening. And to that end, I would move to deny the originally requested relief and to replace that with revisions to 3.3 that eliminate the prohibition against banks, video rental stores, pharmacies. I would probably even remove in the motion convenience stores and perhaps athletic merchandise stores. And because we don't know what all sports clubs means and it's an undefined thing, I would leave it in, but I don't think that's going to adversely impact the owners of the real estate.
So your suggestion is that we're basically keeping restaurants and takeout establishments as the prohibition. We're taking everything else out, which then makes it subject to the current bylaws, which would mean that banks would be as of right. And the convenience markets, the pharmacy stores, the athletic merchandise stores, and video rental stores would be as of right if they're less than 10,000 square feet, and by special permit between 10,000 and 25,000 square feet, and prohibited above 25,000 square feet.
That's correct.
That's the current effect of what you're proposing.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, may I please, on behalf of the applicant, suggest that we will not ask that you include in the list of removed items the convenience store. I think that's too controversial. I do appreciate it. I don't want to be misconstrued. I do appreciate that. But my sense is that that may be more controversial than I care to undertake at the moment.
I appreciate that, because in my mind, I have a problem with convenience stores where they could be open very late.
And I understand that. I understand that from the neighbor's perspective too.
And for clarity, when I mentioned removing convenience stores, I was not imagining a 7-Eleven there or another type of a business that would be open that late. That would be a nuisance to the neighborhood. So I appreciate you bringing that up because I did not specifically express that.
So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I will second that motion.
Thank you. So,
Even though I still think that it's a variance to what we've done over the last 14 years. I think Gene is right about that. But I will second it.
do we have any further discussion? So the motion is to deny the application, but to amend section 3.3 to remove from 3.3 of the list of prohibited items, items 3, 5, 6, and 7. The sports club and athletic stores, the pharmacy stores, the banks, and the video rental stores. Did I now state that correctly, Adam?
Yes.
So can you state which ones or will remain? It's the,
What will remain will be all sit-down food and beverage restaurants, all fast food pickup and or delivery restaurants, excepting Panera Bread, and all convenience markets.
okay.
Seeing no further discussion, I will call for a vote, and I will remind you that it takes 4 votes to amend the special permit. Mr. Block,
Aye.
Ms. Espada,
Aye.
Mr. Jacobs,
Aye.
Ms. McKnight,
No,
and I vote aye, so it passes.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you
Thank you.
for a very lively discussion.
Glad we could be of service.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank
We're
you.
going to sign off.
Yeah.
Thank you.
thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Now I have to find my agenda. It's right here under my zoning bylaw book. So, I'm going to defer 29 Glengarry Road until last because there's nobody here for that, and I'd like to help the people who have been patiently waiting. So I am going to move on to the de minimis change for major project site plan special permit number 2014-11, French Press LLC, 45 Chapel Street. French Press LLC is the petitioner for the property located at 74 and 78 Chapel Street, Needham, Massachusetts. And being here tonight on this matter are Jay Spencer, who is the owner, and Arthur Davtian. Did I pronounce your last name correctly, Arthur? Arthur Davtian, who is the Assistant General Manager and Executive Pastry Chef. Actually, Executive Pastry Chef sounds actually more important than what Jay does.
Thank you for that. We'll start by sharing the screen to review the plan. Let me know if that's working. All right, perfect.
There you go. Very good.
Thank you. So just one slight notice, we are actually at 74 Chapel Street, not 45. So I just want to make sure that's clear, because we currently occupy 1,500 square feet at 74 Chapel Street, which is the area here. The proposed area that we are currently looking to move over or adjoin is at 78. And our request this evening is for a de minimis change of our original permit in order to expand in this space for kitchen space only. There will be no additional seats. There will be, it will not be open to the public. and it will be a continuation of our production space of what we currently have, which occupies this very small area here. So towards the back of the area is where we will adjoin. The front of the building, if you are concerned about that, there is a mock-up here that makes it look like one contiguous space. We will, and if you've walked by currently, because the space is empty, we have extended our benches and landscaping and so forth in front of the building in order to make it look more presentable, and that will continue to remain. Questions?
Yeah, now that you mentioned that, I'm just going to suggest, because I don't see what a problem would be if you wanted to expand your outdoor seating to be in front of that space also. I think that would add.
Thank you. Currently, what we have with the town is a parklet that moves from this side of 74 to 78. So we do have the parklet that spans that area, and we will make that as one continuous full space that will allow us to kind of basically have year-round bench seating. That's the objective.
So do I have any questions or comments from the board? Yes, Jean.
Yes, just with regard to this plan, also in our packets were the original plans that were approved that show the seating in the left side there, the existing side. And I don't understand why the plan we would now be approving, which is essentially a substitute for that plan, doesn't show the seating. In fact, it shows something coming out that's different. It's like a bar or something coming out on the left that isn't there now.
Right. So there is no, as part of this request, we are not making any changes to the existing area. Due to COVID protocols, there is no seating in the cafe, and we've maintained those in order to allow people to move in and out. We are currently licensed for 28 seats. So once we get to a point where people are comfortable with the flow of the traffic, then we will be adding seating back. But at this point, there is no plan to be able to do that. So we are not asking or seeking a request to the existing plan. We are only asking for a de minimis change in the new space.
Then if I just thank you for that response, I guess I did understand that, but do you see where it says existing no work? Just to the left, just to the left of that, there is a bar coming out that I don't think appears on the original plan.
That is correct. This is a COVID addition that we've made, and it was approved by the building department. And it was something that we were told that we did not have to go through planning for. So this particular service bar that you're referring to, which is coming out, is something that we put in order to adhere to social distancing protocols, as well as being able to service our customers a lot faster. This is our accessory takeout station underneath our existing permit.
If you superimposed the seating area that's on the original plan on this plan, would the seating area fit where you say existing no work? Or would it?
It would not.
It would not. See, I
would
guess
not.
that's what I'm wondering. How, shouldn't we have a plan that shows exactly what you're going to be doing in the future, including the seating, the bar that went in? I'm very much in favor of all this. Don't get me wrong. But it just seems as though we would ordinarily have such a plan. So
If
I
I
don't
may
know whether
respond.
our decision, sometimes we say in our decisions that we're looking for a change to the plan, and we could somehow.
We could ask for a plan modification and have them add the seating on the existing, where the improvements are not proposed.
Can I answer your question though, if you don't mind?
Decision tonight, so everybody knows, that we're okay with it in general. That would be like that, yeah.
If I can respond to your question or comment, it's rather difficult in this pandemic environment for me to give you a seating plan when I'm not sure, based upon the changing health and social conditions, on what that seating may be. And I think that'll exist for a lot of restaurants. I could give you a proposed seating plan, but at this moment, based upon current guidance, and we've been working very closely with the health department, I don't know exactly if that's going to come to fruition or if we'll be allowed to be able to do that. So I could give you a seating plan, but I'm just concerned that it won't be valid. I'll be just giving you a plan just to give you a plan.
May I suggest something here, Lee? If something could be drafted in the decision to make it clear that that the plans that we are approving are just the plans as they relate to 78 Chapel Street in Exhibit 5, and that we're not changing anything to Exhibits 1 and 2? Does that work? So that they don't have to come in with a new plan? Because that's really what we're doing, Gene, is we're approving the addition of 78 and what the plan shows will happen in 78.
Sure. Yeah. And so the existing plan is the plan that applies to 76.
74.
74, excuse me. Yeah, 74.
Yeah, I guess we could do it that way, or we could just have him show a footprint where the seating would be, because the underlying permit basically allows up to 28 seats. You could do it either way.
Yeah, it could even say
It sounds like it's a lot less expensive for Jay to not have to hire somebody to do a new plan.
That's fine. We could write the decision so that this is not impacting the base permit.
Right. Adam, did you want to say something?
I did. I approve the change. I understand the circumstance that that your business is facing, and I also understand that it's ultimately would be a work of fiction to create a seating plan that has no bearing on reality because the conditions on the business prohibit that at this time. I think that's a reasonable thing. I don't know. I've looked at this since we had notice of the package, and I don't know if I'm misreading this thing. So I'm going to go on your plan that you have up on our screen here, Jay. And is the space to the right of where it says existing, I can't, forgive me, existing no work? Gene, you have a better prescription than I do in your glasses. So where it says to the right of that, is this the floor plan of what's currently there, or is this the floor plan of what you intend ultimately at some point?
The floor plan to the right, which I'm circling right now, is what we will intend to install. The existing floor plan is completely different.
Okay, I have clarity now. Thank you for the clarification. And I would, I support the former, Paul, the former as opposed to the latter option, just because I don't think it makes sense to require a seating plan when it's impossible to actually create one.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're not missing something here. Isn't there a change in the number 74 premises to remove the bathroom and move it over there? So there is actually a change?
No, this bathroom is currently existing. So where you see unisex bathroom, This is an
Yes.
existing bathroom that is already in the former Elite space.
Oh,
So
okay.
technically, this space will gain, by joining these two areas, we will gain an existing bathroom that's already in 78. So the combined 74 to 78 space will have this bathroom as the first primary bathroom, and then this will be the secondary bathroom.
Okay, so there already is. All right. All right.
And just to
Didn't
be
want
clear
to
then,
overlook I didn't want to overlook something. Okay.
just to be clear then, Jay, you're saying that 78 will not be available to the customers, so there's still really only the bathroom that's currently in 74 that will be accessible to your customers. You won't be
That's
allowed
correct.
into the space at 78 in order to use that bathroom.
That is correct.
Natasha, I have a comment, but when
Okay.
she's done, I want to go ahead.
No,
Go
I
ahead.
just think this is a great addition to the streetscape. I think it's very exciting that there's an expansion, and I am for this change. And I think it's great that even though you will not have necessarily the public accessing the right-hand side, you will still see a people inside, and the active pieces are in the front. So I think it's a great addition to the streetscape, and I agree with what Paul was saying about extending additional seating outside. So I highly endorse it.
Yes, Marty.
My only comment is I wanted to follow up on what I thought was part of what Gene was calling for, which is that since Jay is saying that he put in this COVID bench, that what we're looking at now differs from what the actual plan was that was submitted originally. Is that right? That COVID bench is new, it's not reflected on any submitted plans?
That is correct. It is a new addition based upon the building department approval and health department approval.
So, Lee, do you have a copy of the building department approval for that bench?
No, but your underlying decision allowed them to make partition changes in the building absent your involvement, provided that the number of seats didn't increase.
So you consider that a partition change?
I think the underlying permit allowed them to move walls or add additional elements, provided they didn't add a takeout station and the number of seats didn't change, by just going through the building department and the Board of Health.
And that's not a partition, Marty. That's a counter with equipment.
That's what I would have said. So, but it is a takeout space, isn't it?
They were allowed one takeout space, provided they did, and I understand from Jay that that's all they have currently. Is that
That
correct?
is correct. That is correct.
Okay, so you don't see any problem with that, Lee?
I don't see any problem with those changes absent, with going through just the building department and the health department, no.
Fine. If you don't, I don't.
Okay, before I ask for a motion and a vote, I just want to point out that we do have one correspondence on this. We have a memo from Tara Gurge, or an memo email from Tara Gurge of the Health Division. Jay, have you seen this?
I have.
Okay, so I'm just, I don't think that there's anything in there for us to comment on. I just pointed out to you, and please comply with whatever requirements the health department requests. And so I need a couple of motions, one for the minor modification and one for the relief requested.
Can I so move? On the first?
Yes.
Second.
Okay, so we'll deal with that first. So we have a motion and a second to treat this as a minor modification. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing none. Mr. Block,
Aye.
Ms. Espada,
Aye.
Ms. McKnight,
Aye.
Mr. Jacobs,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. I tried to go in alphabetical order with every vote. I'm sorry, Marty, but I messed that up just now.
Let's take it.
So that vote is unanimous. So may I have, I'll phrase this, Adam, so that you can just say so moved. I need a motion. I need a motion to,
Provide the requested relief.
to, yes, to provide for the relief requested, with a minor change in the language of the decision to reflect, that the plans that are listed in Exhibit 1 and 3 are not being, I believe it's 1 and 3. Yeah, Exhibits 1 and 3 are not being changed. And that Exhibit 5 is only reflecting changes to the new space.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Adam Block,
Aye.
Ms. Espada,
Aye.
Mr. Jacobs,
Aye.
Ms. McKnight,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. It's unanimous. Jay, thank you.
Thank you
Good
very
luck,
much.
Jay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Gene, will you make a change to the decision and then circulate it, and then we'll vote on the decision next time, or?
We vote on this decision. I think the decision is fine. I can just make the clarifying language that you have asked for, and I'll circulate it and we can get it taken care of next week.
So can I have a motion to accept the decision with the change that was discussed?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Block,
Aye.
Ms. Espada,
Aye.
Mr. Jacobs,
Aye.
Ms. McKnight,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Good. Jay, I think we're done.
Thank you very much.
You're
Have a
welcome.
good evening, everyone.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your time. Bye.
Good luck, Jay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Arthur, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
could I request a 2.5-minute break?
I'll give you 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Take a break. Oh, Gene, you're all alone.
Just poking around at emails. I had no particular need to walk away, so I just sat here. This is such a beautiful place. Let me turn and show you this. It looks like an antique desk. But it's actually, I saw that it was a company that makes such desks formed in 1994. So it just reflects the owner's interest in antiquities. The entire cabin is furnished that way.
Yeah. I don't know if I mentioned this last time, but I Googled the town that you're in, and it really looks like such a delightful Western setting.
Yes, it definitely is, although it has the feeling of a ghost town, since all the shops that used to be open when Steve was a kid, they're all closed and boarded up now. There's only 200 year-round residents.
And how many were there when Steve was a kid?
Yeah, I really don't know. I couldn't speculate.
So it's not really COVID related. It's just that the town has just
be a mining town, and the mining ended.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
So it looks like the only thing left where there are people present is for Heather Lane. So we'll handle that next.
Thank you for your patience, guys, and apologies for the delay momentarily.
Sure.
And Paul, after that, Steve Popper had told me he didn't plan on attending for the decision, but I see he's an attendee.
Is
so yeah, so he might be just waiting to
Steve Popper popped in.
He popped in to see perhaps you know, that it all goes smoothly. So perhaps after Bob and Bill, you would take that up just in case that's what he's waiting for.
Sure. So we're just waiting for Natasha, I believe. Give her another minute or two. That was a much longer hearing than I expected it to be.
It was. Went to a couple of places I wasn't quite expecting.
Did you have hearings like that when you were on the board, Bob?
Oh, yeah. They usually took longer than expected. That was my experience.
Yeah.
I was continually surprised. You'd think I would have learned.
Actually, I think you were on the board when the original decision was made. Did I see your signature on the original?
Or Bruce?
Early 86?
You may have.
Not, excuse me, early
2006.
Yeah, I was on the board then.
I think it was. That was just before my time.
Yes, I was on the board then.
Yeah. So it's all your fault.
Yeah, right.
Natasha's back. Okay, I call the meeting back to order. So we will now, it would help if I had my agenda in front of me again. We'll now move on to the requests regarding Heather Lane. This is to release the lots or some of the lots and to discuss the bond. So we have with us Attorney Robert Smart representing the applicant, and we have the applicant, Bill Piersack.
Right.
Present. So, Bob, I give you the floor.
Okay, so my client, Bill Piersack, has done a lot of the road work for Heather Lane and Heather Lane Extension. And he's far enough along that it's appropriate that, that he seek release of the lots for sale. He's prepared to post cash bonds in the amounts that are required or suggested anyway by the Department of Public Works letters of June 24th. And we're prepared to go forward with that. We believe that, all of the requirements that he was supposed to meet have been met, and it's time for the lots to be released. And he's ready to post those sureties by cash bond. We're also seeking. He's also ready to provide the required drainage bonds for the various lots on which he's proposing new construction. So the releases that we're seeking are for all of the lots. So that's Heather Lane lots 1 through 6, and Heather Lane Extension lots 1 are actually residential compound lots 1 through 5.
Okay.
I can provide more history if you like, but I'm not
No,
sure
that's
how you
fine.
want to handle this.
Lee, do you have any comments on what's requested?
No, I just want to make sure the rest of the board understands on the conservation, all the documents for the subdivision went on record. With including the Conservation Commission, as it was signed by the Conservation Commission and the Select Board. The document, though, has not yet been signed by the state, which will convert their restriction from a 30-year restriction to a perpetual restriction, and that is currently in the process. And so the developer has agreed for the affected lots that are covered by the Conservation Commission to include language in the deeds out that recognize the fact that when the state accepts the restriction, that the restriction becomes perpetual in terms of its nature. So I just want to make sure, because I think, Paul, you were in the loop on that. And I just want to make sure that the rest of the board is aware of that. And I did speak with Janet Bernardo from the Conservation Commission, and she's aware of how we're processing the conservation restriction easement, and she's okay with this protocol.
Great, thank you. So, just to be clear, we have a letter. We have 2 letters from Tom Ryder that were referenced by Attorney Smart. I just want to read into the record. So they're both dated June 24th, 2021. And one is for the off Chestnut Street request for bond to release lots. And the bottom line for that bond is $122,500. And the second letter is for 768 and 768A Chestnut Street. And the amount of the bond required there is $34,500. And Mr. Smart has stated that his client is prepared to post those bonds.
Just a quick question, Bob.
Yes.
Do you anticipate any title problems as a result of this lack of a, what I don't know what the document is called, that is to come later, I guess? Do you anticipate any title problems with that? And if so, is there anything else we can do to assist that?
I don't think it will be a problem with any of the prospective buyers that we've been talking with. No, I think it'll be all right. And I also think that we should be able to wrap this up fairly quickly in terms of getting the signature from from the state and
Okay, all right,
and from conservation and from the select board.
okay.
So we think it'll be resolved fairly quickly.
Yeah, I'm going to state my understanding, Marty, of what we're talking about. And correct me if I'm wrong on this, Bob, if I'm misstating this, but there has been the conservation restrictions have been granted and they have been recorded. They just weren't recorded with the approval of the state agency that approves conservation restrictions. And the legal effect of that is that without the state's approval, the restriction only lasts for 30 years. With
Correct.
the state's acceptance of the restriction becomes perpetual. That's the entire legal effect of the change that's going to be made by re-recording the document, what's been signed by the state agency.
All right, well, thank you. That actually helps. Okay.
Gene,
Yeah, I think this is a very good resolution of the concern about the restriction, the promise that there will be a reference to in the deed or in every deed to the effect of the ultimate approval by the Executive Office of Environmental Affairs. I have two questions about that. It would be nice to have that in writing in some way. If a letter of expressing this intent on the part of Mr. Piersack or Mr. Smart as his attorney, something we can rely on.
We have that.
I did.
Have that, Lee?
We have
Yes.
You have that letter. Okay.
We have that.
And then my other question is there any reason to think that the Executive Office of Environmental Affairs will want any change to this conservation restriction?
I can't speak for them. They have not seen this conservation restriction yet.
They haven't?
It was,
Because of delay on their part? They just
no,
haven't
it was
looked at it yet?
apparently held. It was apparently held by the acting town council, Chris Heath.
Oh, I didn't realize that. So the burden has been on the town to follow up with this. I thought it was just that the executive office is closed down, nobody's working there.
No.
It was really our burden to
No,
send.
I've been trying to get a response from Chris Heath since December, and only learned a couple of weeks ago that he never submitted this to the office, the state office. And he said, he said it was his fault. He's going to take care of it.
Okay.
Because normally,
thank you.
normally this is done before we're at a lot release stage. I mean, normally it's
Sure.
been signed off and it's recorded with the state signature. And this is the first time I'm aware of it. This is the first time it's happened during my tenure.
There's one other point to make about this, and that is that this actually only affects 3 lots.
So would it be 3 deeds that would have this language in it?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Could you, in the letter probably says what those deeds, what those lot numbers are?
Yes, it's residential compound lots 3, 4, and 5. And it's in this agreement that Chris Heath and I put together.
I don't know why.
That Bill Piersack and I signed.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm going to assume that it addresses any concern I might have.
Can I move to grant the requested releases?
I
you
was,
may. Yeah. Yes, Lee.
I was going to suggest maybe the language of the motion. May I?
Sure, please do.
I was going to suggest that we do each subdivision separately. So for Heather Lane, I would be looking for a release of lots 1 through 6, contingent upon receipt of $122,500 surety for the street bond and $14,000 for the off-street drainage. for a total of $136,500. So upon receipt of the funds and the signing of an agreement that enables us to utilize the funds in the event of a default.
So moved.
Second.
Excellent motion, Adam.
Yeah.
Phenomenal assist by Lee.
Lee, could I have one clarification? My understanding is that Alexandra Cree was drafting some agreements this afternoon for Mr. Piersak to sign.
We were waiting, we need some clarification from you on in what capacity he's signing these documents.
Right, and I got that information to her this afternoon, right?
Right. Well, we have not finished those agreements yet.
Okay.
We needed to get some final information from you to finalize the agreements, but they're a standard agreement that we use.
Can Bill walk into the, assuming the board's going to grant the relief here, can Bill walk into your office later this week and sign?
Yes, when we have the documents ready, he can come by and sign them.
Yeah, we're eager. He's very eager to get moving on this. He's out a lot of money and he needs to be able to move forward.
We'll do everything we can to move it along.
Okay.
And at that time, can I bring the checks in, Lee?
When we have the agreements ready, you can bring
Okay.
I just don't want to have all these, I don't want to be holding the money without the agreements. So
Sure.
we'll coordinate that, and I understand we want to get it done quickly.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion? Seeing no hands raised, I will call the roll. Mr. Block,
Aye.
Ms. Espada,
Aye.
Mr. Jacobs,
Aye.
Ms. McKnight,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. So we've handled that for the Heather Lane. So now I need a motion for the Heather Lane extension.
You ready, Lee?
Board vote to authorize the release of lots 1 through 5 of the Heather Lane subdivision contingent upon receipt of surety in the amount of $34,500 for the performance bond for the subdivision, $17,500 for the off-street drainage bond, or a total of $52,000 upon receipt of the funds and the satisfactory agreements accompanying those funds.
So moved.
Very good.
I second.
Not have done that without Lee.
I have a
Excuse me,
motion.
should that be Heather Lane Extension subdivision, Lee?
Yes.
Yes.
Or-
What I-
Okay,
Lane extension.
I think you said Heather Lane. I may be wrong, but
Extension, it's the extension.
Okay.
Mr. Resident.
The minutes will reflect extension.
okay, thank you.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any further discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Block,
Aye.
Ms. Espada,
Aye.
Mr. Jacobs,
Aye.
Ms. McKnight,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Unanimous. I think we're done.
Thank you very much. I
Thank
just have
you.
one question, and it's
Sure.
for Lee, and that is Bill supposed to provide 2 checks or 4 checks?
2 checks will be fine, 1 for each subdivision.
Okay.
Could I do 4?
That's fine, because we're gonna do
Okay.
2 agreements. We decided to do
Okay.
agreements. So 2
Okay,
checks,
is that-
1 for each.
Well,
sub-
I have 4 checks, Lee. Would you take 4?
I'll take 4.
Okay, thank you.
Back and forth.
With two forms of ID, Bill.
Yeah,
Really.
I'll bring my passport.
All right. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you, and thank you for your
Thank you.
patience. I know it's been a long evening.
All right.
You're welcome.
Take care. Yep. Bye.
Okay,
It's only 8 p.m. here in Colorado.
Gene, I'm jealous. Gene, I'm jealous you have sunshine coming through. The rest of us are in darkness.
Well, it's not exactly sunshine. It's cloudy today, but yeah, it's light out.
Daylight.
we should be able to handle the decision for 28 Glengarry Road
Oh,
fairly quickly, I would hope.
I think I had a couple of comments on that.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Anna.
I have a couple too.
I'm gonna pull it up here. 1.1. Where it says the town has, at the end of paragraph 1.1, where it says the town has no other concrete or imminent plans to use the property for another purpose, I was gonna propose that it read, currently, comma, the town has no imminent plan to use the property for another purpose.
I don't object to that.
Where are you again, please? I'm sorry.
The last sentence of under findings, paragraph 1.1.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Adam, before I call on Jean, did you have any other changes?
Yeah, and one in paragraph, I think it was paragraph 1.4. It said policy, somewhere it said, yes.
Hey, police.
It says, exactly, you know that, being used as policy and fire building, and it's obviously being used as police and fire building.
Right.
1.4, just at the end of the first sentence, but Lee has that. Those were the only comments that I had.
Okay, Jean?
Yes, I'll start with typos also here. On page 3, section 1.2C, it says raining wall when it should say retaining wall.
I missed that, Jean.
Okay. And then my other questions have to do with the plan references. Let's see. The third paragraph in the introductory part of the decision refers to the plan submitted with the application, site layout of material on the plan entitled Hillside Post-Use Sheet LT 1.02. Do you see that in parenthesis on the third going to the fourth line?
Yep.
Okay, so that refers only to LT 102. Then on Exhibit 2, which refers to the letter from Attorney Christopher Heap, and that's on page 2, there's Exhibit A, B, and C. And under Exhibit C, there are 2 plans referenced, you know, with paragraph breaks. It might have been good to have Exhibit D, but, you know, just the way it is, let's work with that. And it refers to LT 102, sheet one, LT 102, Hillside Site Plan Post-Use, and it's got various revision dates. Then you've got LT 201 in the next paragraph, Hillside Site Plan Post-Use with a different set of revision dates. And I just want things to be consistent here and to know what we're referring to. Then when you move on to the decision, I guess it's just one very minor point on page 4. This is also kind of in the nature of a typo. There's a need for a closed parent in section 3.1. Let's see. Yeah, in the second line, you see the parenthesis, quote, site layout and materials plan on the plan entitled Hillside Site Plans Post-Use Sheet LT 102. And you need a closed parent after that. Right? So, in the same, well, actually, it's really confusing because the collision, this does reference both sheets, LT 102 and LT 201. both as further detailed in Exhibit 2C, which I referred to before, that's Attorney Heap's letter.
I'm beginning to think, Gene, that instead of adding a closed parentheses, we should be removing the second open parentheses.
I agree with you. Yep. That's just where I was getting caught. That's exactly what needs to be done.
You see that?
Okay.
Lee?
Before
Or should I
the
ask
word,
Alex if she sees it.
yeah, before the
I
word
see it.
post. Yeah, just delete that parenthesis and then I think it will
Yeah.
all flow. But then in section 3 point, no, wait a minute, what is referred to by capitalized word plan? Where did, oh, yes. There's a paragraph under section 3.2. It's kind of an unnumbered paragraph, I guess. Reference to this decision shall be entered upon the plan, capital P. Nowhere in the prior references to these two plans is there anything that's, that says, quote, plan,
Meaning the plan is not defined anywhere?
That's
Yeah,
right.
that's what you said.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe, maybe in,
I think I can make it easy for you. The plan doesn't need to be the decision doesn't need to be referenced on the plan. So I think we can just get rid of the first part of that sentence and say this approval shall be recorded in the registry.
oh, okay.
The plan's not going on record.
All right, then, if that's the solution, that's good. All right, those were my comments and I think it's all good now.
Okay.
Okay.
So may I have a motion to accept the decision as drafted with the modifications made by Adam and Jean?
So moved.
Moved.
Second.
So we have a motion made by Mr. Block and a second by Mr. Jacobs. Any further discussion? Seeing none, hearing none. Mr. Block,
Aye.
Ms. Espada,
Aye.
Mr. Jacobs,
Aye.
Ms. McKnight,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. It's unanimous. Good, that's disposed of. So review of zoning initiatives. It's 10 after 10 and we haven't even gotten to Nuwari yet. Can we defer zoning initiatives, or is that something that's time sensitive and we need to discuss?
I think we can defer that, but we do need to talk about outdoor seating tonight.
Okay,
Yeah, the timing on that, yeah, it's tight, isn't it, Lee?
Yes, the timing is tight, so.
okay, so for outdoor seating, we were presented with a draft, a redlined proposal. Did anybody have any comments to that?
No, I reviewed it carefully. I thought it looked fine.
Yeah.
Well,
so-
I think since I put this draft together, there was a meeting of the working group that's been working on outdoor seating. And they talked about an additional change they wanted to see implemented. And that is, the purpose of this essentially was to give the select board the same discretion that the planning board has to grant basically waivers to the outdoor seating standards that are embedded in section 6.9.2. And I did that as it related to the parking or outdoor seating when it was actually located on parking spaces. They also want to have that flexibility as it relates to the time, to the seasonality of when they can issue permits, because it's currently drafted at April through October. And they want the flexibility to be able to allow for, well, I guess that was it, because the other one is basically covered. The other issue I was starting to think about was the issue about capacity, but that's going to happen through the planning board because you'll be granting a waiver of parking when the capacity goes above the maximums that are established. So it needs to be modified further just to give the select board the flexibility as it relates to seasonality issue.
Quick question about that. The planning board's role, Lee, the select board's role, is it limited to approving outdoor seating on public property? Either whether they're public parking lots, public landscaped areas, sidewalks, streets,
Correct.
and when they talk about seasonality, it's those locations they're talking about?
Yes. So what's happening is the select board's a licensing entity as opposed to a special permit granting authority. But the zoning basically created the parameters under which the selectmen could issue licenses on that public space. So the idea is because the planning board is governed by these same rules, but because you're a special permit granting authority, you can deviate from these rules because this is basically the as of rights entitlement. But the select board doesn't have that discretion because we've embedded those standards in zoning. So the idea is to give the select board the same flexibility that you have to deviate from these rules. And so it would be on those public spaces, and it would be to deviate as it relates to putting outdoor seating on parking spaces, and also to change the seasonality rules. So I wanted to present this to you and get your feedback on it and then take it to the next reiteration so that it can be voted collectively by this board in advance to a hearing in the fall.
That would occur at our next meeting?
That will occur at your next meeting. And so Jean, you're back in town and you're my zoning helper. So I'm hoping you can work with me on the last phase of this. The other issue that came up at the meeting is I had embedded in this, the process that the select board would follow, notification process, if they were to deviate. And we discussed actually not including that in the zoning itself, but actually allowing them to develop that through a set of regulations that they would adopt, so that the zoning itself would not create as, it would not be as prescriptive as this is currently drafted.
We have 1688 Central Avenue scheduled for our next meeting. That's going to take a lot of time. We're going to be able to handle these things before we open that hearing.
Or can we do another night?
Maybe it would be a good idea if you're available to do another night. And actually it would be advantageous, I think, for us if we could get this done sooner than waiting that long, because the select board needs to vote to refer it back to us that night. So if we could do another meeting, even during the day, I think that would be helpful.
If the rest of the board members are generally okay with the concept, with some subsequent changes to be made to this draft that was sent in our packets, would you guys be okay if Paul and I did it on a chair vice chair basis?
I think this has to be voted by the board, Adam.
Yeah.
So can we do like a 30-minute board meeting?
We could do a morning meeting even.
Yeah.
An 8 o'clock meeting. I don't know. Natasha's got some constraints, but we can maybe choose a morning. We could all meet and do it.
You could send out a couple of dates.
Okay.
You're looking at the week of the 12th, Lee?
Let me look. Not helping me. Where's it? Calendar. Yes, yes, the week of the 12th, early the week of the 12th.
Okay, so I am not available Monday morning.
Okay.
I'm available morning or evening on Tuesday. I am not available Thursday evening. And we have our chair vice chair meeting on Friday morning.
Well, does the 13th work for people in the morning, or evening?
I could do Wednesday,
Yeah,
it's
Wednesday
1
the
hour from
14th.
8 to 9.
That works for me.
Wednesday, the 14th, 8 to 9.
I'm fine with it.
Yep, in the morning.
Works for me.
Jean?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay.
So
Jean, is
would
that gonna be like 4 in the morning for you?
Oh,
Well,
I'm home.
yeah.
I'm home. I'm home July 2nd.
Or no,
Okay,
It's like a radio show, like Jean's gonna be on the Today Show.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
good.
I'm glad you thought of that, Paul.
So what is the agenda for that meeting? All the things we're not
Outdoor
talking about
seating.
tonight?
The zoning initiatives. It will
Okay.
be outdoor seating and I know we had suggestions from somebody that we might look at whether or not we want to regulate gun shops comparable to what Newton just recently did. So, but it's really going to be focused on really getting the zoning done for the fall town meeting.
Okay. Natasha, I know that we've asked you to deal with a presentation on Nuwari. I apologize for the fact that we're starting so late, but I turn the floor over to you.
Let me get the Nuwari piece. Hold on. I had them here and I can't find them right this second, so let me, hold on 1 second. Are they in the packet or are
Yes.
they?
Yes, it's in the packet too.
Yeah, I think I'm just looking for it because the packet's pretty dense, so I'm going through it right now. I apologize. I should have prepared better. I thought we were talking about other things first. But I can start by saying that just in general, I've been part of the Nuwari group for over a year now. I believe, or it's been a year. The biggest issues or the biggest thoughts about this as we came together as a group, and Jay was part of it, and many others. I think the biggest part of it is setting the tone for the town in a way that was appropriate for how we want the vision for the town to move forward regarding racism and social justice. And so what we've been asked is to, in general, review those, kind of the mission and the vision of Nuwari with the different boards, so that the town could be aligned on the mission and the vision of Nuwari. And so one of the things that I think is critical and something that I brought up at the last piece is that we kind of look at everything independently, kind of have the lens of Nuwari for all the things that we're doing. And it's going to be, there are going to be some structural changes in the town. And I think the next step is creating action items and accountability. And this is something that I think we should have globally for the town as we move forward with Nuwari this year, to kind of set some accountability and some rules of how we want to proceed with this. And I haven't really told the Nuwari group this yet, so what I was thinking, but I think it's imperative because just as we talked about, how do we appoint people? Are we looking at, equity every time we do the things that we're doing? And it doesn't necessarily come secondhand. You appoint people that you know, and maybe the people that you know don't really make the most diverse board. And so how do we start working on that? Hi, Adam.
It's just on that point. It's not just also a function of who we know. It's also a function of who stands up to run for the planning board or the Council of Economic Advisors. There are a lot of people that, there's a lot of people that may not be aware of them. That's one problem. And then the other problem is that there are not a lot of people that are lining up to participate in these positions.
And I understand that, but those people may not know that they have an option to do this. So part of it is actually some work on our part to get the word out and to try to find a diverse group, not only gender, age. I mean, we want to make sure that everyone's represented, but it's going to take work. I mean, in architecture, we have only 3% Blacks and 0.5% Black women. And we have to go to the schools where there are more racially diverse students to try to recruit. They're not going to come to you if your firm doesn't have anyone that looks like them. So it takes work. To make any kind of change. So I guess what I'm saying is that we need to spread the net a little wider to allow for people that are qualified but don't know that they have an opportunity. And we may give people opportunities and they may not want to take them, but the fact that we need to be open-minded about branching out and casting a bigger net and finding ways of casting a bigger net to get better representation, so that we have, better decision makers or that complement the decision makers that we already have. So I guess one of the things is, and I apologize, I don't have the packet in front of me right now. I don't know if, Lee, if you have it, but I don't know if any of you were able to look at it.
Do you want me to pull it up? Do you want me to share my screen and pull it up?
The guiding principles.
I have it now. Hold on, let me just make it. So, and this took a lot of wordsmithing and a lot of thought, and it's not perfect, but it is. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
It's basically a racial equity statement from for the town of Needham. And the biggest thing is that we will be a community free of racism, racial bias, prejudice, and discrimination. Our residents, schools, businesses, organizations, and government will work together to identify barriers to racial equity and create solutions, opportunities, resources, and support for removing them. And then there are different pieces. So this is the first part of it. And then these are the guiding principles. And so I'm not going to go through all of it right now. I think everyone, and then supporting the following intentional practices will help Needham realize the vision for racial equity. So I think it took a long time to put these 3 pages together. But I think this is just the beginning. And I guess those of us that have been working on equity for many, many, many years understand that people can have the best intentions by writing these things, and the town has the best intentions. But if we don't create action items and we don't create accountability, nothing will ever change. So, so I just bring this to everyone so that it takes effort to do this. And, but I think it's necessary. And I think it's something that will make us think differently. And maybe that will be, that definitely will be beneficial for the town, but also I think we need to really think about what this means and how, specifically for the planning board, how we can start affecting change. Because the words in themselves are not enough. And I have to say that I recently went through a difficult time here in the town with something that happened to my family. And this is great. I found resources. I mean, I know most of those resources because I'm in a lot of these groups. We have resources in town, we have good intentions in town, but in general, there's nowhere where I know that there is support in the town. I couldn't easily find any type of support for what we were going through. And I also don't have any accountability for what happened. So I think that it's really important that we create systems for support, systems for action, and systems for accountability. And unfortunately, I experienced it recently, and it made me realize that what the next steps should be. And I think this is going to be, a discussion with Nuwari in general, as town-wide, but nothing's ever going to change if we just have words and no action. So
do you see, I certainly see utilizing the Public Information Office to be able to more broadly and more in a more targeted way, reach out on whatever opportunities, openings on the planning board in, Lee and your department and so on, to make it as widely available as possible to the broadest cross-section of people. Is there any, do you see that there is anything that the planning board specifically can do to affect that change? Because I would imagine that, if my son was subjected to, as I was in school, anti-Semitic remarks, in fact, by a teacher, that there would be some kind of a process through the school system. And if it happened in a bit, if my neighbor made, a racist comment to someone else, that there would be some kind of a town-based thing. I don't know specifically what the planning board would be able to do to resolve that, because I don't think we have jurisdiction over those types of town functions.
No, I don't, and I don't think that we should. I think there should be something in place for the town that if you have a situation, either that you're on a board or presenting to a board and feel like you're being discriminated for whatever reason, that there should be some place where everyone knows that you can go find an independent group that can say, validate or figure out how to create an investigation for whatever it is that you're saying, so that it can be unbiased. And right now, every different, from what I can tell, every different board has a different way of doing it. And if you're being investigated by the same group that is making the decision, then I think that you're going to have a biased situation. And again, Newari is not about excluding anyone, it's about including everyone. So it's not like we're saying we don't want people of a certain age or we don't want white people to, it's all about making everyone feel comfortable and everyone included, not excluding those that are in the majority. And that's something that is pretty critical to say, because this is a great town, but Jean.
Yes, I want to second what Adam said about the initiatives the town is making right now in the area of communication, with the communication coordinator and a series of sessions to improve communication in general. And within that framework of communication, making it more public what opportunities there are to serve on various committees that are appointed. And as elections approach, to make sure people realize that there are going to be, elected positions that are coming up. So that's my comment number one. Comment number two really has to do with the part of the Newari statement that relates to the work of the planning board. And perhaps it would be easier if you could just put the Newari statement up on the screen again. Yeah, because I want to point to one section, and it's in the guiding principles, which I think is the next page. In number G, all races will want to live here. Needham will be a desirable community for everyone. The town will take proactive measures to support a more racially and economically diverse and inclusive population. For example, housing access, mixed income and diversity of housing stock. I think, if we embrace the Newari statement, as I believe we want to do, and we want to vote tonight to do it, we should really have to take this wording seriously and realize that this is our role under this statement. So I just wanted to put that out there.
I completely agree, Jean.
I think that's part of the housing policy that affordable housing policy that Paul, that you're going to be effectively leading as one of the goals for this year, right? That could be incorporated as part of it.
Yes. Absolutely. And I think that everything that's presented here even though you can look at it and say, oh, yeah, paragraph G that Jean just pointed out, yeah, that applies to the planning board. But the overall mission, the overall vision, actually, yeah, it's a vision statement. The overall vision is something that we all need to kind of keep in mind as we navigate what we do and we get into the nuts and bolts of what the planning board does. We need to keep the spirit of this vision in the backs of our minds, maybe in the forefronts of our minds as we continue to work. And I'm trying to think of what kind of emotion we could pass tonight to have the public record that the planning board adopts and supports the vision statement, guiding principles and intentional practices as created and approved by the Newari Working Group.
I think that's exactly the motion. I move.
I think I just made it.
Exactly. So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second, but I have a comment. I have a quick question to say. I think it's also, it would behoove us not to find ways that beyond the supporting and the vision and all that, that the planning board can really start looking at the Newari principles in the work that we do. And so it not only housing, but also and sustainability and all of these things that can be equitable for all, not just for so it might be that we might want to think of when we are putting together this plan for what's coming up is how can we start thinking about it with the lens of equity.
I think, Paul, I would probably recommend, although we're dealing with emotion right now, but that as we roll out a process for the affordable housing goal that we have, that we include and either have a meeting or invite them specifically to attend at a public hearing, the chair, vice chair of the Needham Human Rights Group or Commission, and one of the leaders of Newari, so we can start a process to inform the housing policy that can include some of these more specific and relatable items to housing.
Yeah, my vision since town meeting, and I can't believe it's already been almost 2 months since town meeting, time flies, is to put together a working group that would definitely include at least one representative from the Newari Working Group. And you just mentioned a different.
The Needham Human Rights.
Yes.
I don't think it's a commission, but there is a committee.
Yeah. Now, you and I have a chair, vice chair meeting with the chair and vice chair of the select board to discuss
housing,
affordable housing. And I think that's our first step. Now I think it's close to a month away now. I think it's at the end of July.
Yeah, we were supposed to do it at the last meeting, but we ran out of time when we met with the hospital. That's
yeah, Lee, both Adam and I did say that we were available on July 29th, but see if you and Kate can find a date earlier than that. I really don't want it to go out that long if we can find a time when
okay, I'll see what I can do. She had suggested an earlier date, and I think it didn't work for one of the select board people. But I'll go back to her and see what I can pull off.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we have the 29th now. That's fine if that's when we have to do it, but
Okay, I'll see if she can do it. I'll see if there's anything out there earlier.
You can tell her that I said I'm not getting any younger.
Should we return to the motion?
Yes.
Can I add one more thing and then I promise I won't say, but another
No,
piece is I think.
You don't need to promise that, Natasha.
No, because it's getting, but one other thing that I think is critical is community engagement. And how do we review our community engagement and process? Because we want to make sure that we engage everyone in the community. And again, cast as wide a net as we can. Because one of the things that happens is that people, especially people that live in affordable housing, sometimes don't have a say about what happens in their community. Because they're afraid, or for many different reasons. So I just think in general, finding a way of community engagement that includes everyone and that starts from the beginning of the process will only help us, make better decisions and those that have to go to town meeting already be vetted from the community and not happen at the last minute. So those are my 2 cents.
Question, Natasha, may I ask you, do you mean we should be going beyond having a working group such as Paul discussed?
I think you need to have community meetings. Any vision needs to be from the community, right? We represent the community. So I think we have to figure out a process. I mean, in a lot of the projects that I work on, especially in underrepresented communities, but throughout, we have a lot of community meetings and neighborhood and people just, so that they can have a voice, so that they have a buy-in into the process. And not necessarily for every project that's needed, but for these major projects that we're doing or anything that we're looking to do that will make, zoning changes in the town, I think it's pretty critical. And I think we just saw what happened with the highway commercial district, right? I mean, they felt like they weren't being heard and the same thing, is happening in my neighborhood for 1688. And so I just think it's pretty critical to include the community and have a good process that's already set and the community then knows what to expect. Everyone just feels like, we send stuff out, everything, there's just so much going on in town and there's so much going on in everyone's lives that people miss things and then they feel like they're slighted. So we just have to figure out a way of communicating better. And it could be just the town and the way that the town communicates. Maybe it's not as effective as it used to be.
There is a balance to this. It's impossible on a pragmatic level to spoon feed every piece of information to 34,000 residents or 30,000 residents or whatever we have. I think you're right. When we deal with any zoning item, there at minimum are prescribed public hearings. And what you're saying is to go, above and beyond that and to have community meetings and on dealing with any zoning matter and all
Not
of
every zoning matter, just major zoning matters and visioning for the town.
that's totally fair. And the planning board, did that. And in fact, the Council of Economic Advisors had like 3 meetings before the Muzzy thing got moved to the select board and to the planning board, and very few people showed up. And the process for 1688 Central, a lot of the misinformation and I think occurred long before it really got into the planning board's role. It created a lot of awareness, which is important, and engagement, which has been great. I've spent hours and hours and hours on the phone with Holly Clark, David Lazarus, and I know Paul has also, and I think that broadly speaking, it's important that the town information officer is able to release in as many places as possible, and that perhaps we can even take advantage of the Needham channel, to be able to raise as much awareness and, and engagement on. And I know that all of the rest of the individual members, myself, Jean, Marty, and Paul, and certainly Lee too, is sensitive and mindful to, on major zoning issues, to have, additional, community meetings as we're going through zoning. The next big zoning item will be a function of housing. And I think, the next big one will be a function about housing. And I think what the select board, what we need first of all, in order to accomplish that end goal, is to set up some kind of organizational structure within the town, because the town has to affect the change. There is an order of operations that both Kate and especially Lee are going to have to go through. Part of that, there will be a committee, and part of that committee, there will be critically underrepresented community members that will participate and help inform that policy. And we will, as a planning board, hold hearings, and we'll invite other members to participate specifically in a proactive way that you're talking about, to help shape that policy.
I think that's great. Everything to me, and it's communication from the town, even though there's a protocol and everything, it seems opaque, and it seems like there's no larger, broader system of how we do things, right? So if there was a way of saying at the beginning of major, not every single thing, but major processes, we have a vision, a town vision, and everybody comes who wants to say, I see Needham, blah, blah, blah. I see affordable housing in Needham in this way. And then there's the group that works on it. And then they say, this is going to be an 8-month, it's just the communication of it, 8-month process or a year process. And we're going to have every 4 months, we're going to have this, so that there's clarity for people of how they can be involved, even though there's a working group that's working through it all. I think that would be really helpful. And I personally haven't experienced that. So I'm just saying that I think that there needs to be more transparency on the process for the whole town on everything. And it's very hard. There's too much information coming at you in different ways. I don't want to find out things, and I'm not on the Facebook page, very often, but I don't want to find it through there. I want to understand the process and be part of it. Even if there's only 3 meetings in the entire year, and that's what you would have anyway. But it's just to understand how decisions are being made. And so that's just my perspective on it. It's more for clarity of communication from the town in general. And I'm not saying that the town doesn't put out, all these different things. It's just, I feel like whatever the way it's been being done may not be as effective as it could be. And I'm not a communications person, so I don't necessarily know. But I think there has to be some clarity on process so that people feel like they're included, even if you only have the same amount of meetings, but they're strategically done so that we're,
Have you spoken to Cindy? Do you know Cindy? No. So Cindy Roy Gonzalez is the town public information officer.
She's relatively new, isn't she?
She's been in the position, I think, for a couple of years.
Oh, okay. I thought she was sooner.
Maybe.
Yeah. I've seen her, but I don't know her. Yes.
Before the pandemic, but the point is, she's very approachable. She was brought in specifically to improve the communication structure of the town. Stuff went sideways as a result of the pandemic operationally, and critical functions, critical information was their priority. But that, this came up at town meeting, and she's already begun a process of engagement. But I think, look, you're an elected member on the planning board. I think you should reach out to her. Your comments about increasing awareness and engagement are important. I know I've spoken to her about these issues before, and she concurs. and is trying to work through a creative process to improve it all, including the website. And I think it would be helpful for us and helpful for you and helpful for Cindy, to hear your specific comments and suggestions.
And I think the 1688 piece, it's the process, is the question of the process. If you disagree with the way that the project is approaching something, what is the process for the community, right? So if someone thinks it's a small project, but you really think it's a large project, and when we have these meetings, we only hear from the attorney or the person that's coming in with the information. And then the community speaks afterwards. We never get the perception from the community that it's affecting. We only hear it from the person that's coming in, most of it from the person that's coming in to request a variance or whatever it is.
Actually, I would dispute that. Saying 1688 is a perfect example. We haven't held a single hearing about 1688. I think it's all the neighbors who are bombarding us with their complaints, and I'm not disputing that there could be very good complaints, but we haven't had a single hearing about 1688. It's just
I agree.
Yeah.
But if the community wouldn't have done all of this work behind the scenes, this could have easily just gone straight to planning board without community input.
Well, part of the problem, I think, is the way the laws, the statutes are set up and how they apply to planning board purposes. Lee has to follow certain required notices to be given here, to be published there, and we have to do that. And then we try to pick out cases where there's likely to be additional difficulties. And maybe we say to Lee, let's give notice to more than just the abutters or whatever. That kind of thing happens all the time. I think what's happening is there's a lot of people who are completely ignorant of the legal process that we have to go through. And they're complaining about something that they want to get notice earlier. They want to get substance earlier. But the truth is, we don't get substance earlier. We don't typically see an application and just till days before the hearing. So I think people are assuming something that just isn't true. But how do you convey that to them? And I agree that it's a communication thing, but it's not that the process, we're setting up an opaque process. It's that people are not taking notice of the notices that are out there, and they're not pursuing things. And part of that, there's all kinds of reasons. People are busy, as you said. People just don't have time. And it's a multi-layered problem here. Let me just say quickly, because I don't want to extend this any more than, I'm all in favor of these, what Nuwari has put together. But I come from the 60s, right? Paul and Jean, we come from the 60s. And when I read this through, I smiled and said, kumbaya. That's what this was, kumbaya. And I'm all for it. Everybody's for kumbaya. But the point is, as you started with, you got to have action items. You have to, because this is just going to go by the way kumbaya did.
I agree. I totally agree. That's why I started with saying that that's not good enough, right? Everyone knows that this, everyone wants to do the right thing, but what can we actually do about it? And this is a moment in time that's happened in the last year that has given permission for an opportunity for change. So if we don't capitalize on it now and figure out a way of implementing a structural change for the town in general, and let all the boards understand that this is something serious, but that we need actionable items and accountability, it'll never happen, and it'll fall through the cracks, and things will continue.
Yeah.
But
I just want to say something, somewhat on the lines of what Marty was just saying. Personally,
Somehow you're getting like an echo. I don't know.
yeah, there's feedback from somewhere and I don't know. Well, the whole process for 1688 has been incredibly frustrating for me. I've been, Adam and I have been totally immersed in it, actually. And it's been very difficult. But ultimately, I think it's working. It's a very difficult process. What we live through, the political process, a lot of what we do, it seems like information is not getting out there, but information has been getting out there. And the neighbors, Adam and I have been communicating with people, with Holly Clark. And, Adam mentioned some other people. I've spoken to some of the neighbors. And the emails that we've been getting from the neighbors, the very detailed letters that we got from Holly Clark and from Maggie Abruzzi, they've been extremely helpful. They've been extremely well thought out. I think, the neighbors got involved and, as frustrating as the process has been, I'm heartened by how involved the neighbors have been in that process. And, there's a lot of misinformation, there's a lot of misunderstanding, and hopefully things will get sorted out and people will have an understanding of what's going on. We've got a long way to go on it. But I think it's a messy process, but that process is working. We had it tonight with 100 and 120 Highland Avenue. The neighbors showed up. The neighbors told us what their concerns were, and we heard them. And we wound up, this wasn't something where the applicant came in and we gave them what they wanted, because that happens very often because nobody shows up and complains. But in this particular case, the neighbors showed up. They told us what their concerns were. They were legitimate concerns. They were concerns that we wouldn't have even thought of if they hadn't come to us about, the 24-foot setback for, it's right on top of the houses. We hadn't even thought of that. So the process can work. The process does work. It's time consuming. It takes time. It happens. Yeah, things have to open. Look, on Muzzy, which was very frustrating for all of us as to what that process went through, but we had the community meetings. I've seen major projects in this town where the applicants have gone out and had community meetings. I'm thinking particular like Wingate, when they built the assisted living there. The Carter building.
LCB.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yes. It's.
No, I think I agree with you in the sense that when a community kind of gets together and there's frustration from both sides, but the process, when I go to the planning board, and maybe I'm not looking in the right place, or maybe when I go to the planning board, to the website, it doesn't give me a process, except like if you say new construction, it tells you things, but it doesn't say when you have new construction, right? Like, and I'm just throwing, 16888 just because I've seen the process so far. There's nowhere where it tells you that when someone is trying to build something, if it is what the process is. Does it go to the planning board and then it goes to the engineering and then it goes to, Concom? Like, there's nowhere where if you don't experience this process all the time, that you would know what the process is and kind of how it goes. And maybe, Lee, there is a place on the website where it explains the process of how things are reviewed. And I just I don't know,
Well,
but
I think some of that's embedded in the permitting guide, but it's interesting that you say that because really, we're processing special permits. People are filing these applications. There's really a prescribed process, but we're not really kind of describing it in very simple terms to give people an overview of how overall the process works.
right. So if, for example,
Embedded in the rules and regulations or in the permitting guide, but not in really kind of simple layman's knowledge so people would understand.
On the website.
but just to say, right, so somebody submits a permit application. If it's as of right, then this is what happens. And if it's special permit, this is what happens. And if you have a concern because you don't think it's as of right, and they're saying it's a small project and you think it's a major project, this is the way that the process works. So I think that the ambiguity of that was what frustrates people is that they don't know if you have a project, any project, or the planning board is initiating something, what is the actual process so that they know when they want to engage in the process or how they can be part of the process, like show up to the right meeting or whatever. Oh, wait, Marty, you're on mute.
That's interesting. I never thought of it in those terms.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the answer has to be sometimes it's complicated. And you delve into the zoning bylaw and maybe you have to hire an attorney and that really is sometimes the answer. Somebody is not going to be able to look at
But let me show you an example here. This is City of Boston, do a lot of work in the City of Boston. And you can say there's Article 80 and there's a small project review and there's a large project review. And if you click on the BPDA small project review, it tells you what the process is. You do this, you have a community meeting, comments received, approved, and they're signed and inspectional services looks at it under construction and construction complete. And that gives you a guideline for anyone who's a layperson who is being affected because they live next door to this thing or whatever, to understand the process. So this is, and then there's the large project review, and that's much more, that goes to BCDC and everything, but it tells you exactly, what the different things, there's a PNF, then there's a scoping session, there's a developer meeting, board approval. So, it's just, there's clarity to process. And I guess what I'm saying is, I think you guys have done a great job as a planning board, but the process is not clear to those who are part of the community.
That's interesting.
But we're a much smaller community than the city of Boston. And what needs, in my mind, what people need to find, what people need to know and understand is that we are their elected representatives. They are our constituents. You were talking about, you sent an email about questions about when.
Yeah, if someone.
My attitude is, I'm not gonna reach out to people. It's not my place to reach out to people. But if somebody calls me, I take their call. Any Needham resident who wants to call Paul Alpert because he's on the planning board and they want to discuss something that's in front of the planning board, I will take the call. And that, sometimes going to a website and working through the charts that you just showed for the city of Boston, that can be daunting to somebody too. But, sometimes you just got to get the word out. Something, you have a question, pick up the phone and call somebody who's on the planning board. Pick up the phone and call somebody who's on the select board. Pick up the phone and call somebody who's on the school committee, because they're your elected representatives. They should be taking your calls. You're a constituent.
Okay, Paul, but then you go into the planning board and it says our names, but we don't have emails here. We don't have phone numbers. So how do they call us? What if someone doesn't know you? What if they barely speak English and they don't know you? So you know what I'm saying? I mean, there's something about the the
Can you-
communication piece that is, I think, lacking. And I'm not saying that I'm just telling you, I feel like I was gonna ask, I was trying to figure out how to get in touch with Tony Delgazio, and I can't get, I didn't even know how to get in touch with him. I mean, there's no way of me knowing, does it go to planning and engineering, and what is the process? And how do you talk to people?
Can
If
I-
you have a concern with traffic, who do you call, right?
Can I jump in? I'm sorry. It's just, it's after 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
And there are still other items. I'm not invalidating anything that you've said, Natasha. I completely agree with what you've said. In fact, Lee, I would love to see on our site, not just an overall process, but I'd actually love to see the application, where that applicant actually is, have all the applications every year running through and where each one is in the process. I'd love to see it. Again, that's going to have to go through the public information officer who's running the revamp of the website. So that's why I was saying earlier, you have very specific comments that would lead to meaningful change and significant awareness and hopefully engagement. That's as best as we're going to be able to do. And other people are going to have to take the responsibility. People predominantly only get involved when they're aggrieved, and they're going to have to take responsibility. We're in a bit of a new time, and we don't know what it's going to be like 2 years later after the pandemic's theoretically over, and how much civic engagement there actually will be on a sustained level. But I think we've talked about this for tonight. The motion, and so therefore I would encourage you to speak specifically, to Cindy. I'm happy to get you her number. And then I think on the floor, we have a motion to approve the Kumbaya, and it's a start. It's not perfect, but it's a start. What you've asked us to do, Natasha, tonight, if I've heard you correctly, is to be, and Paul as chair has echoed this, that all of us are mindful of these ideals and principles in what we're doing. Paul is looking to, as chair of the planning board, create an equitable housing policy that's inclusive. And we're going to embark on that process, and we have to work with other stakeholders operationally to be able to come up with something that we can present at town meeting for change. So the motion on the floor is to, I'm not going to say approve Kumbaya, but the motion on the floor is, we have a first and a second, I think, is to approve the vision statement, the Nuwari vision statement, its guiding principles, and the practices. And I would recommend that I think we've discussed this. I'd recommend we move to a vote.
Is that a motion?
Well, no.
We've already
There
motioned.
already is a
We
motion and a
made the
second.
motion. We're just making sure that nobody wants to say anything more before I call for the vote.
I think we better.
Mr. Block,
Before I call.
Aye.
Mrs. Spada,
Aye.
Mr. Jacobs,
Aye.
Ms. McKnight,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. It's unanimous. And with one exception, I have kept to the alphabetical order.
Doing well.
So,
I used to go along the screen and
I
whoever
know,
said-
but the screen keeps changing, Gene.
True, it's true.
We do need to, and I hope this will be quick, we do need to talk about and take our votes on the zoning board of appeals. There are only two matters that the ZBA is taking up. One is something on a single family house.
Yeah, but they didn't send us any plans or application or anything. How do we even know? I mean, I'm inclined to say, well, it's a single family house. It's a garage addition with a bedroom above, but no comment. but somehow they missed sending us the plans.
I
thought we did have. the
78
plan.
Jane Road. Did other people get the plans? I was just looking on the,
I
the
thought they were in
link on the
I thought they were in the
website.
packet. I thought
So-
everything was in the packet.
So if you're talking about the one of the cases in my email, originally sending the packet, sorry, it wasn't clear. That case could not be attached to the packet. It was like copyrighted or something. I could not include it in a combined PDF. So I sent it to you as an attachment in an email.
Right.
Oh, I didn't see it, but
Well, Jean, if you can find the email and you have some comments, get them to Lee and Alex with some comments on it. I took a look at it. I thought it was just a typical single-family house, no comment type of situation on that one.
I trust your review.
Thank you, but there were 3 other members who may have looked at it too. I don't know if they saw it and they had comments.
I was only able to look at the 920 South Street.
Okay.
I didn't actually see anything for Jane.
Okay. So on 970, so let's just not comment at all, not just say anything on Jane. On 920 South Street, which is actually a Dover amendment situation, so there's not a lot we can comment on. But my question, Lee, is they talk about that they're going to live on the top floor of the house. And don't we have something in our bylaws about not allowing 2 uses
On a lot?
on a lot? And is that in violation of that provision?
Well, is it a separate use or is it an accessory use?
Is living in a house an accessory use to its school?
Well, I don't,
It can be. You can have there's even a case on that actually in
That's what I love
Massachusetts.
about you, Gene. You've got a case for everything.
Yeah, no. You know why I know about this case? Because the town of Wellesley wanted to tax our church's caretakers who live in our church building. They taxed the premises they lived in. And I found a similar, well, it had to do with local taxation, actually, not zoning. But there's a dispositive case on that having to do with resident teachers who live at the school on the school premises.
Oh, there was also a huge case just a couple of years ago. I forget the name of it, but it's a religious entity like in the center of the state or something, and they had multiple uses on their property. And the court parsed it out and said, this use is religious, that's not taxable. This use is not religious, it's taxable, you know.
Oh, I know exactly what you mean. I used to go there with my aunt to see the Christmas lights.
Yeah, I bet.
No,
Yeah.
it's not the middle of the state. Oh, if only my elderly brain could come up with the word. That was our primary case that we cited in our winning case against the town of Wellesley.
So my only comment on 920 is to raise the question for the ZBA on whether they're living on the 3rd floor is in violation of the
yep, the restriction on more than 1%.
of the restriction, but being mindful of whether not allowing it is a reasonable regulation under the Dover Amendment.
Way of putting it, yeah.
And I think that, I mean, the 2 doctors that are going to run the facility and intend to live there, I think it's not just the 2 of them. I think it's their family. I think it's their
Yes.
daughter as well.
Yes.
I forgive my naivete because I haven't really dealt with, the Dover Amendment before. And Jean, it sounds like you're the master of case law here. But with all due respect, how do we validate that this really is an educational use other than, like, what's to, this could just be a place of burnout, for healthcare workers. And they're just gonna, and they call it education in as much as, they have yoga and meditation. How do we validate that the primary principal use is education? I haven't seen anything here.
Well, first of all, in the Dover Amendment, it doesn't have to be the primary use. That was one of the things that, well, actually, I shouldn't be so positive about it, because Holly Clark is actually raising that as an issue as to the wording of the Dover Amendment.
Right.
Primary use and secondary use, and parsing it out in some of the cases. She points that out. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. Is this really
A boarding house for burnt out doctors?
is it really an educational use within the Dover Amendment, or are they stretching it? Are they abusing it? I mean, I see that in the tax field where people form charities to try to be a tax exempt entity when they're really running a for-profit business, or they try to claim that they're a church when they really have no, they're just trying to get a church exemption. It's people abuse the process, and you're raising the question but I'm not sure that it's our place as a planning board to raise that issue to the ZBA.
Well, I was expecting, we've had before, George, and George Junta is their attorney. We've had him, I think, appear here when we were going through a zoning board comment situation, if I remember correctly. I was expecting him to be able to answer these questions. I had a whole number of questions for him. But I guess that, we just rely on the zoning board to investigate and inquire and validate the extent that it is a use, primary or not, as it's, that there is actually curriculum and so on, and it's not a violation, in fact, of the of the Dover Amendment, because from what I see here, from all these architectural drawings, there's a relatively small portion of space that's actually used for teaching. The vast majority of this space is living space. That, I understand the intent, and that's great. As long as that's a valid scenario, that's fine. But I would strongly recommend that they, investigate how the square footage is actually being used, and to ensure that it's not a violation of the Dover Amendment.
That it truly fits within the Dover Amendment.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I have a kind of basic question, thinking of 1688 Central Ave. I don't have the application in front of me, the ZBA, but my notes said what they're looking for is a waiver of parking requirements for this ed center from the ZBA. And then they go on, it only has 15 parking spaces now. They've noted the number of students, but why isn't this something like the project at 1688? It requires either a minor project or a major project site plan approval.
I'm not sure that I'm not sure they're making that much change to the structure of the building.
Yeah, they're not. They're just basically, it's an internal structure change. They're not adding square footage.
Yeah, but it's a new use.
Right.
Doesn't that matter?
I think,
I don't know the answer.
It was, was it a protected use prior to this use? I can't remember, but
The Tippett House Hospice?
is
I
that,
don't know, but they didn't ask for a change in use for prior non-conforming use. Well, Tippett House wasn't prior non-conforming. I'm not quite sure just how it went in.
was it,
Uh,
I don't think that
The
is,
zoning was
Nurse-
changed to enable it.
It went what, in as a nursing home, Lee?
No, there was a special category that was created in zoning for that use, and the zoning was amended to enable it.
So
So
we're very much in favor of it, as I recall, yeah.
so the zoning was changed to allow for that use to happen within that district. The hospice use.
so you could take these 10,000 square foot homes and look after 8, 9, or 10 people as end of life care.
Well, I think, what do we want to say? I think Paul was articulating what we want to say to the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Well,
Should we have it in
yeah,
the form of a motion?
but Adam raises another issue, which is asking the zoning board to make sure that they're satisfied that this truly is an educational use within the meaning of the Dover Amendment. Did I word that okay, Adam?
You did.
Okay. And my question is whether the combined residential use with the educational use is in violation of our bylaw requirement that you don't have more than one use on a lot. And then I had the qualifier of would prohibiting the two use on the lot be a reasonable regulation under the Dover Amendment.
Right.
You got that, Lee?
Yes.
Thank you.
That in the form of motion of that's our comment.
So moved.
Okay, second.
Any further discussion? Mr. Block,
Aye.
Mrs. Spada,
Aye.
Mr. Jacobs, Ms. McKnight,
Aye.
and
Did Mr. Jacobs vote?
his mouth said, I saw his lips move. He said aye. It wasn't very loud, but he said it. And the chair votes aye. So that's unanimous.
I'm resolved with the minutes. Thank you for giving me the extra time.
Oh, yeah, if we're talking about the minutes, you noted that I had some things that were in yellow highlight
Yeah.
on minutes. I can quickly go down them if you want me to. Is it time to do that?
I have to go
Third,
out.
it's, it's 25 after 11.
I'm going to bed. Good night.
Yeah. Can I just quickly, before you go to bed, Marty, we had what I think are only 2 items of correspondence. One is that we've got the letters from Lee to whoever the appropriate parties. We got the check from Matt Borelli to pay for the traffic study, the traffic peer review. And so that process is getting started. And 2, we have the letter from the dentist. I don't have it in front of me and I'm going to get it. Oh, here it is, Dr. Bajian. I don't need to go any further than that because I believe he sent it to each one of us individually. So
Read
we've
it.
all had a chance to read it. And so I'm just mentioning that's correspondence that we've received. And his letter speaks for itself.
Yes, it does, but I sort of read that letter as a cry for help. Like, what do I do now? What, if anything, can I do? So the question is, to me, should we affirmatively respond to him and say,
all right, Marty, when he first approached, he called Lee.
Yep.
And Lee then asked me to call him and talk to him as a representative of the planning board.
And me.
She asked Adam to call him, but I don't know if you got this, Adam, not as a representative of the planning board, but as a representative of the Council of Economic Advisors.
No, I spoke to him in capacity as the
Well,
planning board.
And so I had a lengthy conversation with him. I don't want to go into great detail as to what that conversation was about, but ultimately what I told him was he needed to hire a lawyer.
I
Well,
spoke to him today also for a while.
that's where I was going. That's what I would have suggested.
Yeah.
And
Now, also, don't wait.
I also gave him, well, first I verified that George Junta represented the applicant, so he couldn't call George. I recommended that he call Bob Smart or Roy Kramer, and I know he spoke to both of them. And I don't know that either one of them is going to help him, but I don't think they are. I think he's looking for somebody else.
Yeah.
But, you know, I gave him the two names and told him he needed to talk to a lawyer.
I also, Marty, I'm sorry.
That's all right, go ahead.
I also suggested to him that specifically as additional action, the only way to prevent this from happening again is for him to file at the October town meeting citizens petition to prohibit that use on first floor retail. So, Paul, gave him the immediate legal option, and I gave him the legislative option.
Well, all right, okay. I mean, all I was saying, I think we should respond somehow. And
Yeah.
that response is appropriate. That's fine.
Okay.
I have to leave. Good night.
You have to leave, and, I don't know that there's anything else. Report from the planning director.
I think I can make that on the 14th. We'll be better.
Thank you.
I gotta go snuggle with Marty.
Should I add the minutes to the 14th?
Yes, add the minutes to the 14th, Alex. Thank you.
Okay,
I
will
move to
do.
adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second,
Motion to adjourn. It's not debatable. Mr. Block,
Aye.
Mrs. Spada,
Bye.
Ms. McKnight,
aye.
and the chair votes aye.
It's a long one. I didn't expect it, but all right.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone. Sleep tight, sleep fast.
I'm gonna have